Ooh, we're live.
Good, bad. I'm the guy with the mic.
Howdy, howdy, howdy.
Hello, hello, hello.
Hey, everybody,
Hello.
it's Wednesday, which means it's time for us to do whatever we feel like. Which today is bad itself.
Oh,
Hey,
Jess.
Hi.
Hey, what's
I
up?
just
Can you
want
turn
to
down
say
the
that
in the background?
I'm echoing.
Yes.
Background volume. There we go, I think. It's not that bad. How you
I
doing,
think
Jess?
it's Danny's music in the living room. I'm sorry.
No, the music is fine. We can hear ourselves echoing.
Yeah.
How are you today?
I'm here. How are you guys?
Sounds
Welcome
about
to the
right.
show, finally.
I'm the one with the apple juice.
So, yeah, we were just talking about how this is a fuck around show. We have no plans. We're just going to do things and talk about stuff. And we'll talk at once.
Okay.
Well, we keep hearing ourselves.
Oh, yeah, do you have earbuds, Jess?
Let me back out of this, and I'll join again. Let me go get them real quick.
Okay, cool. Sorry, I should have mentioned that to you ahead of time. That's my fault.
You really should have.
Yep, that's my bad.
All right, I'll be back.
Okay. I forgot she didn't have the laptop right now. She's on her phone, and I forgot to let her know to grab her earbuds. That's my bad.
I was going to
She'll
say
return shortly.
it's half apple juice and half 7-Up.
Awesome.
Mine is all Mountain Dew because I ran out of apple juice until it gets here later.
Okay. Mine's half cream soda and half Dr. Pepper. Why? Because I have a husband.
Nice.
I drank an
Turns
entire
out
gallon
butterbeer.
of apple juice.
Butterbeer?
Turns out butterbeer is just cream soda with whipped cream head.
Yeah. That is. I was very disappointed about that at Universal. I think it's disgusting. When I went to the Harry Potter world, I tried to drink it, and I literally got a sip, and I spit it out and just gave it to Michelle in Brooklyn. I was like, nope.
Well, not a fan of the cream soda, are you?
No, I do not like any kind of cream sodas.
That is
That is a
fine.
pity.
Or any fruit-based sodas at all. No, like
Cream
grape
soda.
soda, orange sodas, none of them. I don't like anything like that at all. I'm weird about it. I don't know why. I've tried all of them. Like thinking, oh, maybe I like this one. I just don't know
the
why.
only fruit-based taste soda is basically Mountain Dew, which is sort of a citrus.
It is a
Or what?
citrus, and it does have orange juice in it. So I am technically drinking orange juice and water every time I drink Mountain Dew. So I think that counts.
Yeah, I'd like to think it counts.
Yeah, that's what I tell myself.
I prefer my Coca-Cola with cocaine. Old school.
Yeah.
But no, growing up in Central City, as a wee lad, we lived maybe a couple of blocks from a pump and pantry. I don't know if you guys know the. It's probably more our area, but it's kind of like a quick shop or it's one of those convenience shops with the gas and everything.
Yeah.
But I would during summer times I would run over there and grab a Shasta cream soda right out of the cooler, and back then it was only 25 cents.
Oh yeah, I
We
believe
do
it.
have Shasta. That we do have.
Yeah, we have Shasta. See, I don't like those. I also don't like root beer at all. Root beer, red soda, like I don't like any of that stuff either. I'm weird about shit, man. Like, I didn't even like Mountain Dew for the longest time. I would only drink Pepsi and RC growing up, and that was it. And then they released Jolt, and I liked Jolt Cola. And then I started kind of liking. There she is. Hey, I can hear us, but not you.
Weird.
No.
I don't think it's fully hooked in.
Yeah, it's not a formal show, so you're not messing anything up. Just so you know, we'll help you get it fixed. Yeah, we're coming through. You're just not.
Echo.
Now.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, Mike's trying to help me because I'm
Okay.
tech stupid, and you know that, Raz.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I hear the echo still, but it's not quite as bad as it's like the echo's lower than it was before.
Okay. The husband's hand.
Yeah.
Welcome
Hey,
to the
Mike.
show.
I'll just have to pretend that I'm still doing tech support.
Yeah.
You are gorgeous with and without the beard.
Well, thank you.
But yeah, so like I got really into Jolt Cola and like the Jolt Citrus, but then RC Cola put out Kick, which was like my favorite soda in the
Yes.
entire fucking world, and like something that's all I would drink. And
Oh, yeah.
then they discontinued it. But when that
Yep.
happened, they also discontinued Jolt. But then RC swept back in and made in conjunction with WWE, they created a RC Edge, which tasted actually better than Jolt Cola. So I kind of got into that for a while, but then that went away. And then somebody's like, "You should just try Mountain Dew," which at the time I'd never tried before, and then that's all I did.
Feel it.
Well, I mean, use it.
Have you ever tried the Surge?
You know, Surge sponsored one of our when they first came out. They sponsored one of our pep rallies for some reason, and everybody at school got a Surge. And I tried it, and it was okay. But then the Haunted Trail that I worked for, they also bought a bunch of cases for all the kids, but it got left out in the sun. I went to open a can of it and went to take a drink, and nothing came out. So I held the can upside down, and it oozed out. And ever since then, never Surge.
Okay. Hold on for just a second. Jess,
Yeah.
cover your mic again, like you did earlier. Okay, now I'm... Okay, so earlier when she did that, Raz was not echoing.
That's because she
That I
muted.
noticed. That she muted.
Yeah, she just
Okay.
muted. That's all.
Yeah, I muted because my daughter was trying to speak to me about the fan.
Oh, you're good.
Okay. I thought I was on to something, but
Nope.
here I am.
Yeah, I thought so too. There for a quick second.
Do you have a favorite drink, Jess?
Right now, because of surgeries coming up at the end of this month, I've had to quit drinking most sodas and go to just water.
Yeah, that sucks.
It really does. Caffeine
just had to
headaches are terrible.
Yes, they are. I
Yeah.
decided I'm going to not have those because I'm dealing with everything else after the surgery and drinking it anyway. So yeah.
I think I might have a fix for this. Just on the StreamYard that you have open, there should be a settings option. And there should be in settings on the audio tab, there should be a box you can enable called echo cancellation.
I have that on for her, but it's still on.
She might have to do it herself. I'm not sure.
Yeah. Mark in it.
Okay. Because on my side, I had put it on for you.
Oh yeah. Then it might not matter. Hold on, let me
Is that better?
check. It put it back. Yeah, that's actually worse.
Okay.
Let's keep it on. It's fine for now. We'll figure it out. I'll help you figure it out another day. But we're cool. Oh, she boofed. That's the downside of
I
phones
just clicked
sometimes. Because that should have fixed it.
I just clicked mine.
I kicked myself out. I'm sorry.
It happens.
It's okay.
You're good. But yeah,
Okay.
like I said, it's
Well,
not a formal show today. We're good with it. I will help you. I'll find a way to help you figure that out eventually. So drinks, yeah, that's my whole history of why I drink Mountain Dew, and I still drink milk a lot. I drink a fuckload of chocolate milk.
Kroger's
Nothing
chocolate
wrong with
milk
that.
is the best chocolate milk ever.
Agreed.
I am not disagreeing. I just don't have a Kroger anymore, and now it saddens me.
Oh,
I prefer the strawberry milk myself.
Ooh, I love that too.
Yeah.
I just
Candy
figured out how to make our own chocolate syrup, so that was fun
Okay.
with the kids.
Does anybody know what the fundamental difference is between quick and not Yoo-hoo, but it was the other mixy, drinky.
Hershey's.
It's like
chocolate
Ovaltine.
syrup?
Oh,
Ovaltine.
Ovaltine. Oh my God, Ovaltine. More Ovaltine, please.
Didn't Ovaltine have vitamins in it?
Yeah.
Allegedly.
Allegedly.
Not a clue. Please tell us.
A whole side of beef in every Ovaltine.
That much protein or actual beef?
I'm hoping actual beef. I've never had Ovaltine.
I've had Ovaltine before. Hey, it's Mariah.
What's up?
Hey. So when I first started getting into working for radio, my initial job was to listen to all the commercial streams and cut all the commercials from the national stream to put on all the our local radio stations. And like 90% of the ads I cut every day was literally just Ovaltine ads.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Someone gets
Okay.
paid to sit there and listen to this and record them and play them for you. At least they used to. Now it's digital, so they just send them in directly. But
Yeah.
you'd have to listen to a whole national radio station that was just ads to record on your reel-to-reels in your carts.
So here's a question. Did you do it digitally or did you actually have to learn how to do the cut and splice?
Oh, I had to cut and splice. Yeah, I had to do everything with reel-to-reels and then transfer from reel-to-reel to cart.
You
It was a
see,
pain in the
I
ass.
learned I learned the old-fashioned way, which was, not only cut and splice, but we had a mono reel-to-reel instead of a stereo one.
Yeah, we had the mono
And
one at
it was
first.
And it was just hours of, I was just quarter turn, mark it, take it
Oh,
out,
yeah.
cut, jeez.
Oh yeah, I came in at this time where things were very slowly, it was the very beginning of switching to digital. But a lot of the older AM stations still use mono for a lot, mono stuff for a lot of different things, and a lot of the older reel-to-reels and the ancient cart machines that even FM channels had already ditched years ago. So it was weird jumping from the AM stations to the FM stations. And then even then, the FM didn't fully adopt digital until probably a few years after I was out of the market. It was like half digital and half analog still. And the AMs had finally gone to normal analog without all the mono stuff.
You see.
Okay, so I think I fixed the echo.
Jess has echo
Well, it
too.
wasn't you. It was
No,
Oh.
she had some echo too. Yeah, Mariah had a little bit of echo also.
okay. All right. So
It's the first time I'm doing this from my phone, so
Yeah, that's what Jess is doing right now from her phone.
That's my problem too, so I decided I'm going to mute it unless I'm talking.
oh.
all right. See.
So
Now,
what did you guys do as jobs beforehand?
Me
She
or
disappeared. All of you
Okay.
guys. Well, you
She'll be
and
back.
Jess.
Well, I was going to mention that I cut my teeth on KWSE FM Wayne, Nebraska, at Wayne State College, and they basically said, they explained that you had to. And there's my voice again. That's throwing me off. I actually sound like
We're
that.
trying file.
Yeah. But they're like, don't just say W, just, pronounce the W.
Yep,
Otherwise,
W.
yeah. WFM Wayne, the world's largest PA system.
Whereas at our local radio station, they did not want you to pronounce the W because it was WUSY. And you can see why they just stuck with the USA.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yep.
There were times where, they had a massive vinyl collection for the radio, but also
Yeah.
the CDs and the carts of the clean versions of, say, Closer by Nine Inch Nails was on a cart. And
That is a
sometimes,
pissy ass version, just so we're all clear.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. But it's radio, so what are you going to do? And sometimes you get a CD where they reverse the offending word. Like there's a cuff version instead of saying fuck. They revert, so it's cuff. So it looks like KCUF, like it's an actual radio station.
Oh yeah.
KCUF, fuck radio.
Yeah.
69.2.
When I worked for WBZI in Xenia, sorry, I wasn't even on air yet. I wasn't on air actually until I did this really weird show at a very small station, and my name was Pot. P-O-T-T, not marijuana, but for potentiometer, because I talked very loudly, and it was this kind of a shtick I did, and it was a nickname from the main radio teacher at our broadcasting school. So the show was actually called Smoked Out with Pot, but it was P-O-T-T, and we did like Howard Stern style like comedy skits, and like just we played music here and there too, but it was kind of like honestly what I do here with you guys. It was very much like this with different people, just with more comedy skits and other random fuck around stuff.
You're from Australia, Pile Hazard?
No, Sydney, Ohio.
Sydney, Ohio? And I'm like,
Yeah.
okay. Thank you because I was confused. I'm like, I didn't know we knew anybody from Australia.
No.
Okay,
That makes more sense.
so what Raz is not telling you guys is before all this, like, and I don't even know if he remembers,
I
but
may
back
not.
when we used to RP on AOL, we actually set up like a whole streaming station where
Oh,
people
yeah, I
that
did forget
RP'd, those of us that RP'd and didn't sleep at night for whatever reason, would hop in and take over and just play whatever we had.
Yeah, yeah, and that was pre-broadcasting school for me too. I do
Yeah.
remember that. Yeah, and then
Yeah,
and then Jason did a radio show, the dark radio there for a bit too.
yeah, like, and this was just people that, spent way too much time sitting in front of their computers writing shit,
Yeah,
making up stories, doing all this. But one of us would jump in there, and all of a sudden everybody's like, "Oh no, that's the wrong mood music. You can't be playing that." And there was an array of stuff that went on there, but none of it was like the clean versions. We realized that early.
We didn't
Like
give a
everybody
shit.
was playing, everybody was playing the uncut,
It
unfiltered.
was the Wild West.
I mean, it was AOL, so yeah.
Yeah, it was
Well,
AOL.
yeah.
Nobody gave a fuck. Like, I'm talking, this is so early in AOL that ICQ was still a thing.
Yeah, yeah,
So,
yeah.
so
My handle on AOL was Mildew831.
My first one ever was Goth069. It's my very first AOL handle.
my first one was Lady Jada1981.
What about you, Jenny? Did you have AOL?
I wasn't allowed to use the computer until I was older.
Fair enough.
That's
What about
the
you,
demon
Jess?
box.
Did you have an AOL?
Nope, no AOL for me. I was not allowed to use the computer, and yeah.
Talk about feeling old.
See, I knew Jess in her youth. I bet you I can guess why she wasn't allowed to use computers.
Hey, you knew me in Tennessee, though.
That's true.
That was fun me.
You're still fun, you.
I'm just less drunk now.
Yeah,
Did
yeah,
you ever
true,
go to-
true.
Jess, did
Yeah,
you
but
ever
less
go to
drunk isn't
Chattanooga or
always
Sunny
helpful.
Daisy?
Well, less drunk me is now I don't run off into fields naked during bonfires, and Raz isn't saving me from the woods.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yep.
but
Well,
I just
you don't
wondered
have to
if
be
you ever
drunk to
went
do
there.
that.
Jenny's asking you if
Thursday
you ever
night-
went to Chattanooga or to Saudi Daisy.
Chattanooga, I was in Crossville.
Yeah, but I didn't know if you ever visited.
Really?
I never really went to Chattanooga. I mostly visited like Gatlinburg and Monterey,
In Knoxville.
Knoxville.
Jess, you were in Crossville?
Yeah.
She was.
Do you have tattoos?
Do I have tattoos? I have a couple.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you, did you ever run across a tattoo artist named Hannah?
Honey, I don't know. All my Crossville days are blurry.
Yeah, it was many years ago.
My sister was a tattoo artist in Crossville for about 3.5 years.
Wow.
That was why I all of a sudden went, what?
Yep. Well, down in Crossville, I was probably, I think I moved down there when I was 12 and I left when I was 19.
Nice. The only reason I bring it up is because every time I mention Hannah being a tattoo artist, Raz kind of cringes a little bit because he remembers when she was like 6.
Yeah, the Crossville years was back in my Crossville years. Her Crossville years were, for the most part.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, so that was before Hannah started tattooing.
Yeah, I'm what, Raz? I'm only just a year or two younger than you,
Yeah, I'm 41.
and I'm 38.
Yeah.
Oh, you youngins.
Do you guys know who Chain Air is?
Chainer. That yeah.
Okay,
I
good.
do.
Okay, so every time he goes to the radio station, they look to put Chainer on the radio with the PM DJ.
Yeah, that'd be Pyle.
Yeah.
Yep.
I don't know Pyle, so hi Pyle. I'm new.
I love me some Pyle. Pyle, Chainers is a haunt, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
Pyle, him and his dad run things over there, and he's so amazing. He comes and helps us out when they're closed down. He brings some of his people with him, and we get to all have a really good time. But Pyle is one of my very, very good friends, man, and love him to death. We'll get him on some shows here soon, too.
Hi,
I see a Bobby, a.k.a. Boxy the Clown this year. He was our priest in the videos last year.
Oh. You have to unmute if you want us to talk.
Yeah, he's just very creepily standing there.
As you do.
I love the hair they have, though.
Yeah.
That is awesome.
Yes, please. Bobby's gonna go get me a better headset. Maybe that might help.
Okay.
Okay, please tell Boxy and you that I love your hair and his hair.
Sure will.
Thank you.
Well, I'm assuming I'm the oldest one here. I'm turning 50 in less than a month, and
Yes, that would make you the oldest president.
And I heard it put the best way in that back in my 20s, my body was just it was just more like a thought and then action. No problem. You like I remember going to a lock-in to help watch the kids, and then the next night going to my friend's prom with her. And it's basically two long overnighters in a row, or think nothing of driving for 5-7 hours to go watch a show and then drive back. And now that I'm 50, my body is more like a McDonald's that is severely understaffed, and it's lunch rush on a Saturday. And the manager is going, I don't know how we're going to get through this, but we're going to get through this. Don't worry. Only 2 of the POS systems work. And, the corporate hasn't sent us more replacement lids for the soda cups. And we're not, we're going to probably hate each other later. And there's going to be tears. There's going to be crying in the parking lot. But we're going to do this.
Oh, and the ice cream machine is down.
Yeah. Well, it's always down. It's
I know.
kind of a given.
So am I seriously the youngest person here at 36?
Yep.
Okay.
Unless you count Boxy, because he's only 13.
Yeah.
Well, Boxy counts too. So I'm second youngest. Boxy always counts.
Right now, he's gone to make himself pizza.
Yay!
So is this mic better?
Nope. Same. I think it's just setting in your phone, honestly.
So sound like shit.
No, you sound great. It's the echo.
Yeah.
50
I don't want to
is
hear
the
myself.
I guarantee it's just a setting in your phone. It's an audio setting in your phone is what it is.
Yeah.
Maybe I should hand my phone to Michael and make him play with it to fix it.
Mike can fix it. And hi, Mike.
Okay.
I love you. Doctor.
Raz says, hi, Mike. He loves you, Doctor.
Let's see. Biohazard says 50 is the new pop.
Hello, doctor.
Doctor.
Hi.
Doctor.
This is Mike, our head of security, and we pass each other in the hall every night a million times and just say "doctor" to each other.
Doctor.
I agree with Pyle's
I can't hear a word
You
he's
never
saying.
have to grow up.
Yeah. Yeah, mute, hand him your phone and see if he can fix it for you.
Headset is adequate.
Okie dokie, I'm gonna mute, hand him my phone.
Those are working better than the other.
All right. Mike can probably figure out the echo.
I will be 37 on Tuesday.
Pyle, you don't look a day over 25. That makes you feel better, buddy. But yeah.
People have been
And
asking
James, you don't
me
look
if
a
I
day over
knew.
18.
Oh, you're lying, but that's kind. I know because I've been offered these senior discount since I was 42.
I've been getting AARP stuff in the mail since I was 23 or 24 for some reason because I got put on some list, and
Right.
I just always got it. One time I showed up for one of those free dinners, and they were very confused because I wasn't 65. I'm like, but you invited me, and I handed them everything, and they're like, oh. So I stayed for that damn dinner, that whole dinner, and I figured they'd take me off the list after that, but they did not. They did not.
Nice.
Oh, Mariah will be back. She's having issues with the
Yeah.
pizza
She's actually at
place.
work.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Nice.
Yep.
So, yeah, I believe at age 30, I stopped caring what teenagers and 20-year-olds thought of me, or just thought, period.
I'm
Which,
not
as
sure
a
if I ever
youth
had the mental.
leader,
Oh yeah, that's important as a youth leader, I would imagine. I'm not sure I ever had that part of my brain that really cared. Like I understood why you would want someone to like you, or et cetera, et cetera. I got the concept of it, but it just never really registered with my neurodivergence that was a thing that I was supposed to care about until high school. And by then I'd gone so long not giving a shit, and people liked me because I didn't give a shit. That I guess I just kind of missed a lot of all that.
the
Like people
manager
in-
needs to talk. Great. Hope you don't get into trouble. But, yeah, well, so do I.
let me
I
let
still
me just
I
let me just tell you what
snicker at-
Pyle was doing. Pyle was carrying a jar of ashes when he was guest acting with us and helping out at the haunt the last couple weekends, and he was telling everybody it was Grandpa. And Brooke B-Rad, my daughter, in her infinite wisdom, plays a cannibal hillbilly and wanted to eat some of Grandpa, so she did. And then Matt, our very own Matt, needed to one up. So Matt, still echo.
Damn it.
I don't mind. You can do the mute thing when you're not talking. That's fine.
Okay.
Matt and his infinite wisdom decided to line up some lines of Grandpa and snort them, then immediately ran out of the queue line and vomited into a trash can, and then went right back into the queue line like nothing was wrong. So, all because Pyle is carrying around Grandpa's ashes. And our haunters are very interactive.
So Matt snorted Grandpa?
And Brooke ate Grandpa.
as you do.
Yep.
But
I've never seen any like a hunter ever carry around like ashes like that, and like be interactive with them with like people. It was a very inventive thing. It was brand new to me, and I fucking loved it. I thought it was brilliant.
nice.
That's Pyle for you.
So
It really
Yeah,
was. I
it was-
tortured Pyle by running around calling him daddy all night when I was the asylum patient.
Yeah.
It was hilarious.
I believe I was 30 when I stopped caring what they thought, and then 40 when I started asking myself, God, was I that annoying?
Have I ever
Jeez.
stopped being annoying? I don't know.
Well, these
I
are
don't
the
know. I don't
kids,
have a
though,
way to
in the
gauge
youth
that.
group.
Do what?
I mean, I loved them to death, but they had to understand that I wasn't their friend. I was the adult that wasn't their parent. Okay.
Right. No, I get
So
that.
we're not going to be hanging out after this. There was Grandpa everywhere. My wife is losing it because I told her about you calling me daddy all night. Intriguing.
I'm sorry if I made your wife upset. I was making a lot of women upset that night, but that was not my intentions.
It was
That
pretty
makes
hilarious,
sense. But Josh had 3 marriage proposals at the last nursing home he worked at. So
though.
Oh,
I get what you're saying with the youth group thing, though, because it's kind of like me at the haunt. Like, I'm the adult that's not really an adult, and my job is to just, teach them things and help them and guide them, with the exception of I actually do hang out with a number of them outside the haunt. So that's maybe not with all the younger ones all the time, obviously, because, but like me and Jess hang out, we talk. Some of us talk. Other people, I live with Matt and Brooks, so I'm always around them. But there's other ones that I hang out with too. A lot of them that usually actually pop in to the chat randomly during shows.
yeah.
no, she's not upset. Maybe upset she didn't get to see me and how I handled it. By the way, you are not Raven.
I am absolutely not Raven, but she can come next year and I will absolutely chase you around screaming, "Daddy, please take me home." I'll do it all over again.
Huh.
It's an epic new
Warren.
character. She's an asylum character she's doing, because for Chaos Weekend, she ditched the beard and played a new character, but she did so well at this new character and enjoyed it so much that she's now in the asylum. She's retiring her beard, just like I retired my top hat and cane.
Oh, you'll get to meet Raven on the 18th.
Nice.
I will love to meet Raven. I think even Danny, the other one I was telling you about, is actually going to come with me on the 18th too.
Nice. That's our banquet and award ceremony for the whole haunt on the 18th. Actually, after the 18th is over, we're gonna do a special episode of Padded Cell that's like the haunt breakdown. We're gonna bring a lot of haunters in and talk about how our season went, kind of like what we did last year on a different network, but probably a lot bigger this time.
And
Oh yeah,
possibly-
Bobby said you can put him in any time. He thought that coming on for the 2 seconds he was on was fun as crap.
Oh yeah. I'll be doing more with a lot of you guys too here. Like, now the haunt season's over, like probably towards the end of November, beginning of December, like over the winter and stuff. I'll be bringing a lot of you guys on for different stuff. Because I have a haunter show that me and Jenny have been working on. It's like haunters meets urban legends, and it's a lot of fun.
So, do any of you like horrible movies?
Oh, I love them.
Well, we do, because we do Tomb with you.
Tomb of the Terrible.
Yeah, we do
I'm
our Tomb of the
talking-
Terrible show too.
I'm speaking to my new people. And possibly any of the hunters.
I watch horror movies all the time to the point where my husband tells me that I need to stop.
I have a queue.
Yeah. We do one of our shows is Tomb of the Terrible. It's every other Monday. One's coming up this Monday. We all, on our off time, watch a really horrible horror movie, and we all get together and talk about it. Pretty much. That's like the whole show. It's what, a half an hour, 45-minute show, I think.
Depends on how bad the movie is. Or how
I
angry
still
it
say
gets.
y'all should watch Trailer Park of Terror. It's the most horrible movie there is. It's funny.
It's on the spin list.
It is on our list.
And
you
I only
clearly
usually-
haven't seen. Well, I was going to say she clearly hasn't seen Lamageddon.
I don't think she's seen. I know she hasn't seen Winter Beast and some of the other ones we've watched.
Oh man.
I've tried to watch Lamageddon, but I fall asleep every time.
I'm
Well-
gonna get these two comments. Oh, this one again, or can we rewind it?
Curious.
Is it an American Poltergeist that we're watching for Monday?
Yes. And I
That's what I
did
was thinking.
share the YouTube link in the chat so everybody can watch it.
Yep.
Yes, I did get to
Okay.
read that pile. I'm actually going to reach back out to you about that tomorrow. I've had a crazy just being fucking dead sick in my chair since late last night and most of today.
I'm just glad you're breathing. I'm glad I'm breathing.
Somewhat. Somewhat. I'm not sleeping really, but I'm kind of breathing. I still feel like I'm drowning is the big problem.
Hmm.
And I did
It's not
put
fun.
Martha's answer in the comments of the question you asked.
What question did I ask?
You asked while it was called walking pneumonia. I got a
Oh.
nurse to answer your question.
Oh, yeah, I did see that.
Hmm.
And they're not
I
even
have
sure
nurse.
yet if it's walking pneumonia or regular pneumonia. All they were really sure about was that I have a pneumonia and bronchitis, and I'm malnourished, and I'm dehydrated, and they think I could have pleurisy, but they've got to get all the inflammation and everything down to see the actual, everything behind it to know whether there's an actual infection behind that in my lungs. So I don't really know how long I'm going to be sick, but I've got a lot of meds
So good
and
luck with that.
steroids and all
God
that stuff.
bless. Oh, they've already made me take antibiotics. So yeah, I totally get the idea.
Yep. I got the Z-Pack, the steroids, cat mist, just a million other things that I have to do. Meh. But I'm
Well,
taking
you're
it.
not allowed to die on me because remember we said we were going to die together in the haunt this year.
I know. We have our plan to be encased in glass in the queue line.
Exactly.
What? No suppository.
God, I hope not.
No, but I wouldn't mind,
But yet you are
Yeah.
still on the upside.
Yeah, for now. I'm down on the upside, which, by the way, is an amazing Soundgarden song / album.
Are you down with the sickness though?
No, clearly, I am down with the sickness, with several of them. But the Richard Cheese version, because that's it's jazzier, and I like it.
Oh yes. Hey.
Anytime I get to listen to random lounge music is a win for me. I don't know why, but I love lounge singers. It's been a whole thing since I was a kid watching Bill Murray do it on Saturday Night Live. That's how I fell in love with lounge acts.
Well,
That is awesome.
they take the original song and boil it down to its bare essence.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
Makes it for everybody.
Oh yeah.
Hi,
Hey, Tori.
Victoria. Oh, I didn't know you were a Tori. Hi, Tori.
When she first started the haunt, I knew her name was Tori, but I called her Vic all the time. Like the early maps of me writing her name down, I would just start calling her Vic all the time.
Totally Tori.
Yeah. Sure, mental asylum patient / clown, depending on the day.
I love all the clown asylum videos. Those are awesome. I
There are a
share
lot of
them
great
all
ones.
the time.
I have a whole new video I haven't even edited yet of the final big walkthrough that we did on our last opening night. Well, it was the Saturday, our last normal show on a Saturday.
She said, "Oh my God, no!" with crying faces and painting on the moon.
Yeah, which character she plays? Yeah,
I look forward to seeing them all.
it's a lot of fun. And knowing that we're opening next year is, that's got a lot of my depression and like stress and anxiety like gone. Like a good chunk of that is just lifted off my shoulders, which is very nice.
Nice.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and it hasn't been even a whole week yet, and haunt depression has already set in for me and Bobby, and I'm like, dude, we need to just start working on your new costume and this, that, and the 20th, and we need to put our minds on next year's characters.
Yeah. Which I will be happy to discuss after our Valentine's Day show in February.
But that's too long and too far away.
I know. Oh, we love Jaden being there too, man.
Oh, we've already figured out Cassie's costume. We just have not figured out Soapy's costume. Apparently, I'm going to get the ditziest Sailor Scout as one of my daughters.
Nice. As you guys can tell, this show is not formal at all. Our padded cells are all like this. We all get together and we bullshit. Sometimes we talk about serious subjects. Sometimes we don't. Sometimes we just do what we're doing right now. You'll never see us run ads on this show, or we don't promote anything on this show except for each other in general and all of you in the chat. And there's already like stories or things you want to share about your mental health, because the mental health side of this is a very big part of this show. You can share that with us anytime. I mean, I'm sure through the course of this, we'll be sharing more mental health stuff with you guys. But just mentioned haunt depression, and a lot of people don't understand this. When you work for a haunt, you're working with this big crew of people. Like, these people are your fucking family. And a lot of people live pretty far apart, and the haunt's kind of central. So when the haunt's not open, a big part of it is, A, you're not around all these people that lift you up every night, that like help you exist and breathe. And 2, you're used to performing in front of people. And even if you're behind the scenes, you're still constantly moving. You're in front of people. You're building this show. And without your family and with that whole big outlet gone, seasonal depression becomes haunt depression, which is like seasonal depression on steroids, basically. Haunters tend to be more suicidal this time of year. There's actually statistics out there that say a number of the suicides rate during seasonal depression, quite a large chunk is haunters, and we lose people every single year. Surprising amounts of people in our community. It's every single year. It's tough. Yep, Pyle does the Haunter check-in with the Ohio Hunters Association. I got a chance to do that with them last Monday, or this recent Monday, before the other padded cell we did.
We need to add Bobby into that too, then, because Bobby he's got it bad.
Yeah. It's tough,
Can
man.
we
I know
start
that.
making sure? Can we start making sure they get the links, Pyle and Jess and all the people involved?
Oh yeah, of
to
course,
this?
of course. Of course,
Because
yeah.
I don't
I
know,
know that,
but I do want them to have the links.
Yeah, and like I said, Pyle does one through the Ohio Hunters Association that's just for Ohio Hunters, and that's like a whole other thing that they do once a month as well.
How is the Bobby? Is Tori's question.
Bobby's doing okay right now. He's in his room, I guess, playing a video game. He handed me his headphones for this, and last I checked, he was eating pizza.
Good.
Yay.
See, for me, I've only done the haunt thing for one night back in 2015. Fantastic. I had a great time. But an equivalent for me was when I was heavily involved in theater and acting in high school and college. Just after multiple nights of just performing and just, these were the people I was with for several months, and then it's over.
Yep. It's exactly the same, because I've got the theater background too, and I'd fill non-haunt time with shows for theater, and it's exactly the same feeling, man. Like exactly.
Chili.
You have a great night, and the chili sounds nummy.
And you see, here in Nebraska, we have this concoction called chili.
See, here's the
and-
Bobby again.
Hi,
Hey,
Bobby.
Bobby.
Love the hair, Bobby.
So
They
as
said
I
they
was
love your
saying-
hair, Bobby.
Thank you.
As I was saying, we have what is known as chili and sweet rolls.
Oh yeah.
We do rice, cornbread, or crackers.
I'm a Nebraskan. We do it correctly.
But
Well,
okay,
we
so
not at
just have
all.
to disagree.
there's a debate we need to have then. Do beans belong in chili? This is a debate at my house constantly.
Yes. Otherwise, it's sloppy Joe.
Not if we're having hot dogs. If we're having just regular chili and cornbread, then yes. If we're having hot dogs, because I want the kid to eat it, they do not go in it.
Okay. I'm asking because I've always had beans in my chili. And Michelle, her way of making chili, which she assures me is how it's done in Texas primarily, is without beans. And I call it hamburger soup, which it's delicious, but it's hamburger soup. What about you, Jess? Beans and chili, yes or no?
No.
What?
No beans.
What? So you like burger soup?
Yep, burger soup.
Spicy burger soup.
Well, I can't have it too spicy because the Barrett's esophagus anymore, so I can't eat that kind of stuff.
That's true.
It's fine.
No
That's
more
true.
buffalo dip then.
Oh, don't you take away my buffalo dip, Michael. I will kill you.
I
That's
will
stabbing
pass
word.
her some pointy things to help.
Believe it or not, we do a chili cook-off at the haunt every year. And stop and think about that, because that happened. That's what we feed them from, like, different people make chili, like you get a taste test, all of them, we vote or whatever. But that is before they go back to haunt that night. And then we have all the leftovers of that chili the next day, again, before we go in and haunt. So we have everyone in there trying, like, getting the chili sweats, trying not to shit themselves, but no one wanting to leave their scene to miss any customers. So I'll walk through and I'll see people just sweating in their scenes. It's hilarious.
And that is the worst smelling night in that haunt ever, is chili night. That whole weekend. Oh my God. Between Boxy and his box and chili night, that haunt stinks.
It does.
It-
Maybe it's authentic for people. I don't know, but yeah, it's bad. Like when your eyes watering. Like for me, when I'm going through all the scenes, my eyes are watering so bad. I've got to sit down for 20 minutes because my eyeballs are vibrating and I just can't even breathe. Like it's bad.
well, that sounds like a very musical night.
Yes. And I do
Quite.
agree, Pile, wholeheartedly. I just also have to cater to the picky kid.
Yeah. I put chili on sometimes. I like Newcastle chili with onions. That's what I put on my dogs.
Now, does anybody remember Frankenstuffins?
Sounds
No.
so familiar.
Well, these came out in the 1980s and lasted until well into the 90s. They were hot dogs with chili or cheese stuffed inside.
Yes, I do
Yes.
remember those.
They were
I do
great.
remember those.
I think I'm remembering those.
And they brought them back underneath a different name in the 90s too. And they still do them today. Johnsonville actually does it a lot now with their brats. Like they've got the chili cheese stuffed versions, just the cheese, the jalapeno stuffed versions.
Mm.
But yeah, and they also do them with their Johnson grillers, which are like the patties.
Okay.
Yeah, I
Those
do
were
remember them back when they were
amazing.
called the freaking stuffs though.
Yeah, the Frankenstuffins, I remember them because of their commercials. They were like small little hammer films there. It was great.
That's what reminded me of what they were because I just looked it up when you said it. I saw one of the ads. I was like, oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I like Pal's comment. Hold on a minute. I'm going to bring this one back up. For days, I had someone ask me if I go to the bathroom when I'm haunting or do I just pee in one of the jars. So I started out on a trail also, like the first 5 years, and we just went in the woods. That's what we all did. But I actually know people that have worked outside hunts and inside hunts that literally keep a jug, the piss jug. A surprising amount of hunters, way less these days than they used to actually do the piss jug. And it's like, no, but we have bathrooms. Like at the dungeon, we have indoor bathrooms. Please just let your section leader know. Let the people on either side of your scenes know, and just please go use the bathroom and come back. Don't piss in
That
jugs,
would be
please.
good.
Unless you can make squatting part of the actual thing.
Mm-hmm.
There are
Those
things
are-
called catheters.
Yes.
Now, if you're
Or
really
diapers.
dedicated,
I don't
right.
want another
Jesus
catheter.
Christ.
That thing hurt and sucked. Johnsonville makes bratwurst patties. They're delicious when they infuse things.
They really are.
Yes.
They are really good.
Okay, so
I'm
jumping
glad
on
you will
the
never pee
Johnsonville.
on Grandpa.
I'll pee on Grandpa.
Boy,
Let me
did
tell
you
you,
miss
the
a
Johnsonville-
discussion.
What's up, Ray?
Yeah, like, okay, so to clarify for anybody at home, I'm actually at work.
Yeah, but
And,
we clarified that for you.
okay, so in the last 15 minutes, I've had four disgruntled customers and a manager who needs me to tell them to fuck up.
A manager that what? I didn't catch that.
Yeah, so I'm not a general manager, but I'm like the first assistant. I am one
Okay.
step away
Assistant
from
to the
being able
regional
to take-
manager.
Yeah, I'm assistant to the regional manager.
You're Dwight Schrute. Got it. Okay.
But there's the GM, there's me, and then there's everybody else. There's all the other managers. And like I went out of town for 5 days. Well, technically only 3, but I stayed gone for 5. And one manager in particular that kind of worked my nerves really bad before I left is working tonight. And they were like, "Hey, can we talk?" Okay, let's talk. So I had to handle that too. So I come back and I see the Johnsonville thing. I just want to say, I don't know if it's common up there. I heard you guys talking about patties, but down here you can get the Johnsonville stuff in sausages, like the flavored sausages.
We got those.
Yeah.
Those are really, those are really
Those are
great
yummy.
to make like sausage and onions and pepper sandwiches here, and you can get them infused with like beer, or you can get them infused with a whole bunch of other stuff. Like
Bacon and
the
cheese.
beer, Yeah, the beer sausage down here is phenomenal. Um, they also have a sage one. Whew, let me tell you, you can make some kick-ass jambalaya with that.
They haven't put the sage ones in our store in a while, and it makes me sad.
You know, I'm on
Sage ones.
Ozempic, and even that's making me hungry.
But yeah, I
Sorry.
came back to that. And it was just like, ooh, lovely.
I
And
was
I'm
getting
stuck here at
Chinese
work.
food delivered to me, apparently.
Yay!
Fuck yes. I'll tell you, that's one thing I miss about Vietnam.
What about Vietnam? What?
So, okay, I lived in Fayetteville, and it's right there at Fort Bragg, so you can get like any kind of food delivered to you. Chinese food, Outback, whatever you wanted. So the company that I work for goes, hey, we have a problem store. Will you move up to this place and help us fix it? So I moved up here an hour away. I'm up near Virginia. You would think, hey, she's going closer to the north. There should be more there. Let me tell you, there is jack shit here. The only thing that you can get delivered is the company that I work for. There's not a Chinese place for 40 miles.
Oh, that sucks, man. When
Oh,
I'm sick,
wow.
I like to have the Chinese food when I'm sick. 'Cause I get the wonton soup.
That's what I
Wow.
was thinking
See,
about.
mine's hot and sour.
I got my wonton
But
soup, man.
yeah. But Raz, you more than anybody else. Like my father grew up in Okinawa. This is a man that was so irate and fucking stupid that as us kids were growing up, when he would make ramen, he made us learn how to eat it with chopsticks.
Hmm?
Like I was 8 years old and could use chopsticks to eat fucking rice.
Yeah, yeah. My dad worked for a company that would design and build all the conveyor systems and factories for other major companies. Like Black and Decker was one of their main the people that they had to go talk to. So my dad, for a while, was in sales before he became the vice president of the company, and for years he'd have to go to like foreign countries constantly to meet with them. But he also did a lot of their drafting and designs on top of doing sales and stuff. So he'd bring in his ancient, back then what was the nice laptops back in the 80s and 90s, which were like giant and very, very slow and terrible. And so he would also bring people back to the States. Like they would fly in to actually meet and go to their actual factory where they design everything. So we had constant people from other countries, and more often than not, it was from China. So I had to learn, like, because you had to be very respectful and follow all their customs. And it was also because we were poor, and the company would pay us all to go to dinner with these people. So I got to learn about a lot of different cultures and learn how to eat a lot of different foods with the proper utensils.
That is wow.
So like when Raz and I met, we're talking about my psychotic father who made me learn how to eat all this stuff with chopsticks. And so I grew up being able to just get all this stuff when I wanted it because in Fayetteville, you turn a corner, there's some kind of restaurant that's different. And then I move up here and it's like a culinary desert.
Oh yeah.
I hate it so much. Like I go back home to play darts once a week. I drive an hour away to go play darts. I leave 2.5 hours early so I can get food.
Mhm.
Like, I'm not even kidding. It's
No,
horrible.
Fun fact about me and chopsticks: I can actually type 51 words a minute with chopsticks
That
with
is
minimal
cool.
errors.
Dude, I can only get to 28. And it's sad that we both tried that.
Well, I mean, mine was very heavily shroom induced, and I remember you telling me, "I bet you can't do that," and I did it.
Okay, that makes more sense.
Yeah.
Ooh, and Sonia did agree to the scary Christmas slothy thing.
Yes.
Okay, guys, my phone is dying, so I'm gonna jump off of here for the night.
Okay, Jess, we love you. Thanks for coming.
Next time,
It
come
was-
back with a fully charged phone so we can have more of you.
Maybe next time Raz should tell me more than 5 minutes in advance.
Yeah. I mean, that's what
Okay,
I do.
because we love you, Jess. Mwah.
Love you guys.
Love you
Mwah. Talk to you later.
Okay, bye. Seek help.
To be fair, that's almost the advance that we had when we decided to do the show.
And for anybody wondering, Dell is on another show, I believe, right now.
No, actually, she's off tonight. She's
okay.
she's got a lot of stuff going on in her apartment complex, and she's getting some
Okay.
stuff ready. She's getting a new fridge, I
Yay!
believe, tomorrow. So yeah, she just got a lot happening. But she does say hello, and she loves and misses everyone, and she'll see you guys all again soon, etc. And we thought Jeremy was going to join us. Actually, like the initial conversation about doing the show was because Jeremy popped up and was like, "Are we doing a show tonight?"
Yeah.
He might pop in at some point. Who knows? But all are definitely welcome.
Yes. Okay.
One thing I wanted to talk about is writing depression.
Okay.
We talked about hunter depression, but there's a lot of aspects of writing depression. There's the depression that you get from not being able to write from writer's block. There's the depression you get from imposter syndrome, which for me, the writer's block isn't as bad, but the imposter syndrome for me is really bad. Where I know a lot of like I'm not saying famous writers, but writers that are now writing for a living, like quit their day job writing. And I know writers above that, below that, but I write alongside these people sometimes, and I've done anthologies in the past with a lot of these people, and I'm like, I'll get invites, and I'm like, I'm the thing that doesn't fit here. Like, you guys like my stories and keep inviting me to things, but I'm not at that level, and then I immediately just feel overwhelmed by it. I do the story, I do my best. I write a story that I'm happy with. I send it in. They love it. But in my head the whole time, I just feel like an imposter. And that's it. That shit wrecks me, man.
I know that feeling all too well. As a matter of fact, I'm here because, Dell had to convince me that I did have a little bit of skill at the whole word slinging thing. And
you were quite proficient, sir.
Well, thank you. And apparently people like it because I've read first time I read was a few years ago when it was on a different part of the Discord servers. The Right, I believe it was.
Yeah.
It was that campfire thing, and I read the story that I finished and is probably going to be published. I can't really talk much more about it.
Bad James, don't talk about it.
No. Well, it's the same one. We're all probably gonna. Yeah. Anyway, I read it, and apparently, I made some guy in Scotland weep openly because of the ending. Yeah.
I do remember that. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. And so I'm like, okay, maybe I have some form of talent because I've, I teased on, say, Stephen King, Clive Barker, and
of course, the classics.
And I've, always been like a voracious reader since I was a wee lad because I grew up in a family of voracious readers. Fun stories with that. But, and every time I never really think my writing style is all that great. I just,
same.
Yeah. I just write down what's in my head. Hopefully it makes some sort of sense. And I'm always thinking, with the classic people like Joseph Campbell and H.G. Wells, sorry, and all that, all this stuff that like Lovecraft, and of course there's Ambrose Bierce and Algernon Blackwood, and I also read I also read a lot of Brian Lumley from across the pond.
Okay.
Read a pretty good portion of his Necromancer Necromancer series when I was in my teens. Yeah. But I also read a lot of his Lovecraft inspired stuff. But I'm starting to go down that rabbit hole. But long story short, I had a very, very critical English teacher that Dell and I have spoken of before, who employed the Fleischwater method of teaching. And so I was always writing, but I kept thinking, this is, garbage. Nobody's going to like this. And so now at the tender age of 50, I'm now just starting to get my feet wet in that area.
Oh, yeah.
So
I think one of the hard part is, I mean, again, I'm speaking from my personal experience. I've had a very rocky professional writing career so far. You know, I got with, I went into business with a friend. Well, someone that was, you know, well, is still a friend. We're still friends. The business side didn't work out, and that's when I was first writing Sounds as Crimson back when it was the Mime, and you know, it didn't work out. Her company kind of didn't go where she thought it was going to go. Some promises weren't going to be able to be kept, so she just kind of released a lot of the authors. I went to another place, you know, and no questions, you know, weren't really asked. You know, I signed a contract as I was just excited to, oh, somebody actually wants to put me on. It's going to happen. And then I released the Mime. I released Campfire Tales, and I was going to release other stuff. And then you get to the point as an author where you have to decide what's more important, being published or allowing yourself to get taken advantage of, or standing up to that. And at some point in time, that being taken advantage of part, it fucking kills you as a writer. It makes you not want to write. It literally destroys your soul. And I realized that if I didn't get out of that, I was never probably going to write again. I was just going to give up. And so I was like, okay, fuck it. I went self-publish. I did the self-publish thing for a bit. I liked it, but I'm poor. So I didn't have all the money. You know, I didn't even know Dell back then. I didn't know, you know, most of you back then. And I couldn't, Mariah always helped me with my stuff. I had a couple other people that did, but I couldn't afford professional editors. I couldn't afford, you know, people to come in and format everything. 'Cause I know how to do all this now myself, but then I didn't. Or the artwork, you know, all these things that I just could not afford to do. And then a larger company, you know, found interest in me through the Horror Writers Association, the HWA. And there were all these big promises like, we're going to send you to cons and put up booths. We're going to do this. We're going to do audiobooks. We're going to do all these things. And then left me in limbo with the re-release of The Mime for over 2 years, almost 3, like just left me in limbo with promises. Oh, we're editing it. Oh, we're doing this. We're doing that. And then overnight, oh yeah, we're closing. We took way too many authors on and basically fucked our whole company. So now we can't do it. But if you want, you can pay us to put it out. And I'm like, no. And then there was the whole, oh, well, we'll just grandfather you in because we made you a promise we didn't keep, but it's going to be another 2 years before we can do this or that. I'm like, no. If you're releasing people, then just release me from my contract. And then the depression hit bad again because it's now the third time, or fourth if you count the failed self-publish, that I had gotten excited, got, you know, bounced back and did this whole thing. And then I was going to quit. I was literally going to quit writing. And then I found Right. And I started getting into collectives with people and, you know, getting back to the passion. Different narrators and podcasts started reading my stuff and like paying me to put it out. And I'm like, okay, I'm past the point where I think I'm trash. I don't think I'm great, but I'm obviously at least okay. I'm an okay writer now, is how I see myself. And then I met Patty with Fakor, and like really, that just breathed all the life back into me.
Yeah. It's going great, Bill Crow.
Tom. Always welcome to hop in, Tom.
Yep. So yeah, I just it was Dell that basically stated that, you know, tried basically talked me into joining up and encouraging me to continue writing. And she was the one that, you know, I like, here, could you read this and give me a critique? I trusted her because I knew she wasn't going to BS me. And, you know, because we were friends, just because we're friends, she wasn't going to just say, this is the greatest thing ever. She would actually be honest and straightforward with me, which I appreciate. And she was. And it was surprisingly positive, you know, with, you know, she had the suggestions. Well, I would probably trim part down.
Right.
And I would have worded this a little bit better, but on the whole, I think you got something here. So,
but the question is, like, what part of things keeps you from writing? Is it the imposter syndrome? Is it, you know, the lack of community? I mean, like, what combination of things?
Well,
like, I want everybody to answer this actually, but James, like, what is it that like really keeps you from writing, like in your worst moments?
I have this innate ability to think it has to be perfect the first time, forgetting
Okay.
that forgetting that there are things called rewrites.
Yeah, and first
And the
drafts
first
and
drafts are always like just let your brain vomit,
yeah.
or, you can just go over it. But when I'm writing, I'm thinking I could have worded that better. Then I would go back over and lose the flow, if you will. And also, there's the other part of whenever I finish something, I feel like I've given birth. And it's always, oh, it's over. Why is it over? And that's part of why I think why I don't really finish a lot of the stories, because I don't want to have it end, you
Gotcha.
know?
Okay.
I don't know. It could be just a combination of the two
Makes
or
sense.
more,
I'm gonna be honest. For me, I still can't find one person, not one, between the company that I'm affiliated with, my family, my friends. Nobody's read my shit at all. Like
Hmm.
Raz has,
I've
but
read everything you've ever written.
Raz
Like,
But
is kind of the
I didn't know about you until recently, so I'm working on it.
Same here.
Please forgive me. I'm new. I
I
am
think
trying
she's
to.
talking in terms of like support in her writing career, like the years that she's been doing it.
Yeah.
Am I
yeah,
right?
yeah. And I mean, for me, I've encountered a lot of writers. I've talked to other authors. I even did a podcast with other authors.
Yes, we
But
did.
there's not anybody who went and read my stuff and really came back to me and said, "Hey, yeah, that was a good idea," or "Hey, yeah, it's," and it wears you down. And like now I'm in a situation where I'm finding it really hard to write because I feel like I'm not good enough. I'm not decent. Nobody's even interested in what I'm putting out there. And then when you couple that with I'm kind of in a situation where everything's a dead zone. It's, I don't know. I don't know anymore. Like, I'm finding it really hard to even consider myself a writer. And because of the situations I've been in, I was just telling Raz this earlier.
Yeah.
I don't feel like I'm a writer. I don't feel like I'm an author. I feel like I'm on the outside looking in on everybody else who is. And
I
I
feel
shouldn't
that
even
way.
try anymore.
Yeah. I feel like that a lot. A surprising amount. Like the people that you're looking at here have read my shit. Dell's read my shit. A couple other people, like, and more people have listened to it because the narrators and podcasts, sure, but like no one is really out there buying my books, and the ones that do, unless they're like, honestly, there's no rhyme or reason. Like a couple people leave reviews, and that's it. And it's like you're writing in a vacuum, and you have no feedback until you find that community, and that's why I keep dragging you with me everywhere I go. Also, Mariah, it's the same thing with Dell and other people. It's like when we find a community, we can all bound together and like trust each other. It kind of helps with that. That's true, Pyle. It says, well, my wife says that you just got to find the right crowd, and it may take a while. She says, don't give up and never give up. That's exactly right, and that's also what I've been telling Mariah lately too.
He
That's
has been,
what
he's trying, Raz knows more than anybody else because, like, honestly, he's probably the best friend I have next to Bobby because uh, Raz will just pop up in my messages like every 3 or 4 days and he'll go, "Yo, live.
Mhm.
Hey, what's going on? Are you doing anything?" He actually checks to make sure I'm not dead, which is, more than I can say for most.
Right?
Um, but like Raz is aware more than anybody else. I am to a point where I have seriously considered walking away from writing anything, just not putting another word down ever on anything.
Yeah. I was
Um,
about to walk away after I released Riverside Chronicles. I almost quit being an author. I talked to Patty about it. I know I talked to you guys a little bit about it. I was really stressed out. My health is getting bad, and I was really just gonna never write again. That was my big plan. And I know all you guys kind of bound together and kicked me in the dick about it and made me feel better. And I, stuck with it, and I released another book, but I'm still not fully out of that headspace yet.
The last thing that I released was Contingency, and that was in what, 2017, 2018.
Yeah, yeah,
Um, and like, because I guess it was so underwhelming what happened with it,
yeah,
what's still happening with it, it's just it's hard. That feeling of you are just sucking the life out of the universe by trying to do something you shouldn't do is
yeah.
where I'm at.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
Totally no, because I haven't yet figured out why I've been welcomed here. I'm not sure if my writing is as good as most everybody here, but also I want to get better. But sometimes it's like, why am I trying?
And with you, I've talked to you about this. I truly do believe that your writing is fantastic. Like some of the ideas that all the ideas you come up with, really, you've only sent me so much stuff, but you tend to grab onto certain things that people don't always think about. And the way you go about writing about those subjects and just the way you detail and describe certain things, which again is different from how other people would do it, that's what kind of sets you aside. And that's one of the main things that I enjoy about you as a writer, honestly, Jenny. And you have a very strong voice for someone like really like cut their teeth and getting into this and like learning about everything. And I'm always really excited. I'm excited to read all your stories. Everyone here, honestly, Dell, all of our writer friends, everyone we talk to. But it's writing is a solitary thing, guys. We have a community,
Yeah.
but still, when you're at that fucking keyboard, we might be messaging each other, going, "Hey, what do you think about this? Can you look at this scene for me?" But we're writing alone still. And there's that hard disconnect that we have, that even though we know we have this community, the writer's block still hits us. The imposter syndrome is still going to hit us. All these things are still going to weigh down on us.
Yeah.
And Pyle's right. You don't write. He said, "I don't write because I want to write. It's because there's a story to be told." And I think that can be said for a lot of us. Like it's like we have this thing in our head that we got to get it out. We just have to. You just get stuck there, and we can't be
Just
left. We can't be alone until it's just out.
make the voices
but
stop.
but for me, it was, Dark Fury was born out of a need to start telling this story. Raz, you know exactly what character I'm talking about.
Oh yeah.
And her story is one I've worked on. Like, she honestly has to be the most detailed fucking bitch ever. Like, I wrote her backstory, and it was something that nobody had considered. And honestly, I really hate to say it, she was the product of another dare. Because somebody was like, you can't have a character that does this, and this, and is part of this without it being completely godlike. And I was like, oh no, you can. You can do it.
And then Mariah said, "Hold my beer."
Yes, that's exactly what I did. And I wrote it, but Dark Fury, it doesn't even start what it gives you glimpses of her story, but in the end, it'll be told over the series of the books, because the whole book series is kind of centered around where it started.
Right.
And I started Dark Fury because like I was finally to a point where I was like, I had to get that story started. And it got released, and everybody was like, "Oh yeah, it's great." And that was the people that were publishing it, and everybody. But like, as far as actual people that got invested in it, nothing. Like, I don't know what anybody really thinks at all. And like, when you're so excited for something like that, that should have been, great. It should have been awesome. It should have been, oh wow, you thought it was a great concept. You thought,
Yeah.
hey, this is cool. And to hear nothing, complete radio silence, crickets, it's kind of like, wow, I fucking suck.
Yeah.
What?
Honestly,
And
I
what?
just released Silence is Crimson 2 on Halloween, and one person ordered a physical copy of it from me. And that's been it. I mean, I don't see I can ask about my sales anytime I want to, obviously. Like, she's very transparent about that, but I'm afraid to. Yeah, 2. See? That's it. So
My
that's two.
sister and I want our copies.
To be fair, I haven't ordered mine yet because
No, I'm just. My point is,
full
it doesn't
shoot.
matter. I'm not worried about who does and doesn't. It's just that it's that release. Like, oh my god, I just wrote this thing. I'm actually proud enough to release it, and then, and you guys know me. I give away free digital copies to all y'all. Like, fuck, I'll give you physical copies when I got them for free. I don't give a shit. So it's not even about that because I know you guys all support me, but my family doesn't buy anything. They don't read any of my shit, including the family I live with. They don't read any of my shit. My closest friends in person, none of them most of them have not even read a single short story or listened to one. So it's that vacuum you were talking about earlier. Like it's not just lack of community, but it's lack of support from people that should be supporting you. James?
Well, going back to the depression, the writing depression. That's for me. A lot of it is because I know I'm putting a lot of myself into the story.
Yes.
It's almost alchemy, and it kind of drains me, especially when I'm in that zone where I'm just, and then this. There's one particular story that I know it's drawing on back in my junior high days. In eighth grade, I went with a group of boys from surrounding schools to camping weekend and around the Niobrara River, and it's going to be based on that. The whole thing started off as me thinking I'm going to call it Niobrara Gothic, and wouldn't it be cool if I just wrote the story and just made it into like a bunch of chapbooks that I print up over at Kinko's and just hand out or whatever. And the idea is still there, but then the story just wouldn't go away. This was back in like 2002 when it started up. So I'll just send us a novella.
Okay.
Yes. If it ever becomes a book, I do not want to worry about who picked it up or who looked at it or who read it. It is the information that is now out, and anyone can pick it up and read it and understand why Chainer is Chainer. But there is a total of 3 of them that was made and 1 out, and 3 was completed, and I lost it on a missing zip drive.
And loss of content that you've worked on for a long time. I've seen writers just hang it up and never write again from that. Honestly, I've lost a lot of stuff over the years, and it's devastating. But I've seen people just walk away.
Yeah, it's happened to me too. But
I think the worst one for me, and look, I'm going to tell you, everybody's got their own hang-ups and stories, but the biggest one I ever had, we talked about my father earlier. Raz knew this. Not many people do know this. But when I was 16 years old, I actually wrote my first novel. It was 373 pages. And it was something that I did in the spare time I had on the computer because it was what I wanted to do. My father found it. He took it to work. He read through it and then threw it back at me with red lines flashed all the way through it and a whole bunch of comments written on it like, who would read this shit, stuff like that. I burned my first novel at 17 years old, and I didn't write for 10 years.
Wow.
So I still fight that a lot of the time.
Oh,
Yeah.
I can imagine.
Whole story plays in his head repeatedly, so he feels like he has to redo it and get it out.
Yep.
So please, and fake horror,
Yes.
definitely.
Definitely, yeah. I'll get you information for all that stuff too, pal.
I started writing my first novel when I was in eighth grade, and it was because I had an empty spiral notebook and a lot of free time during study hall, and I got like 2 chapters in, and I let one of my teachers read it, and she just sat me down and went, "Did you write this?" And I said, "Yes." She's like, "This is surprisingly good." I'm like, "What do you mean by that?" Because the whole thing was about what if I went to visit my cousins in Iowa and they had their first computer, and this was like 1988, 87, 88. So to give you an idea, computers were still magic. And
Right.
then like there was a power surge and like lightning came out and engulfed me, and now I have lightning shooting powers, like like that
Like
character in
Freakazoid.
Misfits of Science,
Oh
like
yeah,
that
yeah.
character from Misfits and wackiness. But I couldn't really get, yeah. I still have a little bit of that story. Maybe I'll revisit it and actually write it as a grown ass man, but I don't know.
Then it's the horror movie Shocker,
Yeah.
which is also a brilliant movie. Be a weird experience to try. Nice.
I would love to
I'm
read
about to have a
that.
weird experience with
Who
Chinese food later.
hasn't?
Yeah, I think
You.
a lot of us in this chat right now, because again, I'm well versed in all your writing collectively. We all, and Del does this too. We put a lot of ourselves in our work, like a lot of ourselves. Like I've got like 5 or 6 different characters that are just they're all me. They're just different parts of my person, like stronger parts of my personality represented in each of them. And I do this a lot. And for me, a lot of what I write for is therapy. It's because of my neurodivergence, I have a hard time coming to terms and understanding a lot of things in my life or things that I've been through. And I don't realize how bad they are or until someone points them out. And then I write about them. Because if I write characters that have these things or go through these things, for some reason, it's easier for me to see and to deal with kind of what I'm going through or what I've been through or what I just haven't dealt with because I maybe didn't know it was something I needed to deal with. So that's what a lot of it is for me, I'd say.
Yeah.
State of mind says a lot about my mental health and what I am at any point from teenagehood until like when it was published.
Yeah. I think
Yeah.
that recent one I did, Got You Where I Want You. I read it, I've read it already, it's out in the anthology. But the initial vibe of that was literally just my club / security at club days. And the feeling that you get where you're the big guy on the block because you do security for one of the big, clubs on the strip. So like the whole character's attitude, pretty much the entire time was my attitude in the late '90s and early 2000s, knowing that we can make or break people basically because we were the guards at this club, and that was the whole vibe. It was the club vibe.
I think the closest one to my actual personality is actually contingency.
Mhm.
Um, for obvious reasons.
Yeah.
Um, uh, but as far as the other ones, I think what makes those devastating, what's happened with those devastating is I spent years trying to figure out how to make that mythology work.
Yeah.
Because Avalon is a tricky thing on a good day. Avalon and Merlin and trying to do justice to what exists because they exist across 2 or 3 different cultures with different stories
Yeah.
is even harder. So to give each of those a nod and still make it your own is rough. And I put so much time into it and then so little came out of it. And you don't even know what other people think about it. You're just kind of like, ugh, what
Right.
now? Contingency, I can honestly say, while it is the one closest to who I am as a person, you can tell that at the time I wrote it, I was just kind of done with the world.
Yeah.
I was done with
Definitely.
people.
Well, you had a lot going on in your life during that time as well, and a whole different friend group, and
Yeah, that's fair.
things were different. It was
It
a
was.
different time.
It really was. It was a different time. Now I'm a little bit more angsty and I hate people more.
Yep, I think that can be said for pretty much all of us at this point in life.
So I end
have a
up
hard-
writing.
I have a hard time believing that Jenny is capable of hate.
I am
don't know.
capable of it. I do have 3 people that I do hate with every single bit of my being, but I don't think about them. I don't give them the time they deserve. and I'm not ever going to do it again because of what they did.
Right. I say this
Because
because you are literally the kindest human being I have ever met in my life. And it's one of the things I totally love about you, man. But it's hard for me to envision you being angry. And I know you can be angry. I've seen you a little bit angry, but like it shatters my whole universe that I built around
with
you.
how bad they hurt us,
Yeah,
I
yeah,
decided to be more like my mom and show the love
right.
and not be part of the hate.
Yeah.
My everything's messed up after the surgery because apparently it messes with your hormones, so
Yes,
I
yes,
can't help
yes.
the crying.
Oh, cry all you
But
want. This is padded cell. I'll get up and sing with my pants off in a minute if it makes you feel better.
Well, my pants are
I
already off,
forgot my
so
straight jacket. Damn.
I'm in my pajamas. You guys are just gonna have to forgive me.
There's
Well, I
nothing to
mean,
forget.
what's really funny is, I did hit a wall. I couldn't think of anything else to write. And I
Yeah.
spent like 2 months writing that. I wrote a guide to customer service.
Which is brilliant, by the way. Nice.
let me tell you, let me tell you, this
my
thing is
pants are
so
already off too.
full. This thing is so full of angst. Like, Raz has read it. He can tell you. Like,
Oh yeah.
I've been working back in customer service since 2017. I regret every damn day of it. I really do.
And let me talk about this book for a second because like I got the unedited version of the book. Like just the I wrote it, here it is version of this book and read the whole thing. Like I read it like I think within a week or so. I had a lot going on, living in the hotels and everything. I really wasn't reading much at all, but I fucking could not stop reading this. And oh yeah, Rentone. Yeah. Um it reads like someone who has been in customer service their whole lives that tells you the ins and outs of everything you did and never wanted to know about customer service in the food industry. And she like gives stereotypical names to certain types of customers that you've probably heard before if you've worked in pizza or McDonald's or anything food customer service related. Like, and it is so eerily spot on that you cannot put it down if you've ever done, food service industry customers or like you cannot put it down. It's that fucking good and honest. And that's the thing I like about it is it's brutally honest.
Ooh.
It's not with the intention of being brutal. It doesn't read that way. It's just so honest that it just hits you, man. And you feel like this person knows what I went through. They knew all these things that I had to put up with. And yes, please, like this is going to be a book that when it comes out, I truly believe that is going to be like one of the things for you that people are going to be like, once it catches on, that people are going to be like, fuck yes, this is the Bible for where I work. Here it is. It's on the shelf.
And the thing is it didn't even start out as a book. Like, it started out because I came home from work one night so ragey that Raz was talking to me about writing. He's like, just write what you're thinking about.
Yep.
Okay. Like, it was, and that's how it was born. It was just dumb.
Whatever company releases that is going to be very blessed. I'll say that. Very blessed to have it.
Oh, I did do that.
Well,
Yep.
well, right now it's,
Yeah. It's in a holding pattern, we'll say.
yeah, okay, we'll call it that.
Yep, it's in a holding pattern. Just a holding pattern. But obviously, there's other industries out there, other artistic and even non-artistic industries. Like we talk about food service, even because there's a lot of depression, especially seasonally there. Because believe it or not, things get a lot more fucked up around the holidays for service people. If you did not know, you should know this, but in case you didn't,
Oh
it's
my
everywhere.
God.
Three
Starting
straight,
with Halloween.
Yeah.
3 straight years in Radio Shack killed me. I'm dead inside.
I will tell you, just tonight, like I said earlier, in the span of 6 minutes, you get 4 customer phone calls, and
Oh yeah.
they all make you like you
And
want
they're
to
all
slam your
morons.
head. Yeah, like I'm trying. I want to vent my anger about. Okay, for instance, this is not specific. A customer calls and they are displeased because they went on the app to try and order delivery to be told can't get delivery. So they call the store. You calmly explain to this customer, hey, I can't deliver to you. You're not in my delivery area. You're in the delivery area for this establishment. And you give them the phone number, and that should be where it ends.
Nope.
Until they call back
Yep.
2 minutes later. And they want an
Yep.
explanation as to why you can't take it. So you give them an explanation to be told, what's your name? I want the number to corporate so I can complain. Okay, here's my name. Here's the corporate number. Again, I do apologize. You have to apologize for things that are not even in your control. Now, things
And
that are in my control, okay, I'll make it right. You know, we're all human. I have people that work for me that don't do things 100% right 100% of the time. So there's going to be mistakes. I'll fix that. That's fine. I've got no problem fixing it. But for you to come to me and complain and talk down to me for working in food service because you don't get what you want and I'm trying to enforce the rules, and I can't tell
yeah,
you exactly what I think about you at that moment.
Oh yeah.
Huh.
yeah, and you want to suppress a sudden urge to when you're apologizing, not to say, "I'm sorry, you're too stupid to figure out the delivery zone, sir, or madam, or whatever you are."
Thank you. You can say it, I can't.
Well, I worked 5 years at Jimmy John's as a delivery driver, and if you know anything about it, he's famous, but it's the kind of job where I'm pretty sure if you passed the drug test, they would fire you. It's one of those
Oh, that's all
jobs.
delivery. That's all
Yeah.
pizza and delivery. It's yeah.
And since I have this nasty habit of thinking I'm highly intellectual and you know, very efficient, and I expect everybody else to be just as logical and, you know, intelligent and competent as I am, and I'm always disappointed. Always disappointed.
Weed goes hand in hand with customer service in the food industry, honestly. That's how people survive. Unfortunately, some of the worst examples of stoners in history of time can also be found in food service and customer service.
Allow me to
Yes.
say that's completely true.
Yep.
Like,
I mean,
like,
there was
okay.
one phone call I got one night. No, go ahead.
So again, I'm a manager. Ask me how much I have to turn and look the other way while my staff goes out the back door.
Yep. Every 5 seconds.
Yep.
Right. Now, one phone call I got while at Jimmy John's was it was at night. I had a couple more hours left of my shift, and I answered it, and the guy wanted to complain because he just saw a Jimmy John's commercial that was all in Japanese, but there were no English subtitles. So he wanted us to fix the problem, and he, you know, and I explained to him that's not what we do here in Fremont, Nebraska. It's a corporate thing. And then he's like, well, I'm not going to eat any more of your sandwiches. To which point I went, you know, called the manager over and said, it's for you. And didn't explain what. But yeah, we get people like that. And sometimes the managers, I'm sure they were hired on as managers because either they smoke pot, and so the head manager of that store could have a smoking buddy, or they had boobs and a nice ass. Give
Yep.
you an idea.
Yep.
And one particular manager, he was what I like to call an evangelical pot smoker, meaning he was always trying to get me to, come on, James, go smoke a fatty with me sometimes. I'm like, no, otherwise I might end up acting like yourself. I mean, you got your pot smokers who can do that and still be a functional member of society and such, and those who take it for legit medicinal purposes. And then we had that guy, who basically was inspired by Cheech and Chong. His lanyard, which he kept his keys on, was decorated with pot leaves. So obviously,
So you're describing my
I'm
wife
pretty
right
sure,
now. Okay.
See, I'm pretty sure if I visited his apartment, he would have that big poster of Bob Marley's Legend album, because they always do. But at one point, I was cleaning up on the sandwich board, waiting for a delivery to come out and such, and then I heard him from behind me going, "All right, yeah." And I'm like, the hell? I turn around and he has a Sharpie, and on the frozen French bread boxes that come in. There's a sequence of numbers that they use for something or other, but in that sequence
It's
of
the
numbers, in
lot
the middle, it
number
just
and
happened to
code
have
and all that crap.
right,
Yeah.
right, and in between that, there just happened to be a 420. And he's like circling that with a Sharpie. And he's like, "Yeah, I'm going out back to fire up a bowl.
It's a
I'll be
sign.
back." And I'm like, "My God, okay, that's who we have for a shift manager."
Gotta be honest here, though, man. Like, even us functioning stoners weren't always functioning stoners. I went through multiple years of being that guy. I'm fine to admit it. Like, I was totally the consummate stoner, like the stereotypical stoner. I still use the word man. I say the word man 50,000 times a day, still to this day, because that's where my brain is still at, man. See? Did it again. No, that wasn't intentional either. That's just what I say.
It's not as big of a problem as Jim Brewer has, who always looks just perpetually stoned.
Yep.
But
I've seen his
not.
stand up too, like in person. He literally is like that person off stage too. Like that's just who he is.
Mine was
He's a
dude.
fellow metalhead, so
yeah. What'd you say, Mariah?
Yeah.
Mine is dude. I say dude all the time.
Oh yeah, you do.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, that's like your opinion, man.
Yeah. Yeah, man.
Okay,
What
dude.
about you, Jenny? What stonerisms have you been affiliated with?
Sonorisms? Most all of them. I don't know what I use most. Because I keep on being told I have the weirdest phrases by my mother-in-law. It's like, you don't talk like you're from here. And I'm like, no, I'm from Tennessee. I talk like I'm from there.
See, I think like when you talk, you seem more Midwestern than anything.
Okay.
You don't have an accent.
Texas.
You don't really have much of an accent at all.
Because I come from Tennessee and Georgia. That's where I spend most of my time. That is nice.
Okay.
Oh yeah. But you don't have like a southern accent at all.
Talking to Mariah now, I want to get one of those the cakes.
The cookie cakes.
With the one with the melted center.
Oh yeah, the lava. Yeah.
I can't call my brother and ask for some now because he's in Georgia. We moved. This sucks.
So truth. Those were given to me when I got to work today. Because I came back from leave and I'm out of everything. I wiped myself out to go to bullshit. And I'm kind of limping around. My leg is giving me some issues. And I walked into work. Yeah, that's my employees in the background.
Holy shit! I think that high-pitched screaming just calcified my spinal column.
Show me on the pepperoni where they're hurting her.
So it's actually my son. Raz knows this.
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought the voice sounded familiar.
Yeah, it's Christian. So he shares a brain cell with somebody that's here at work.
Okay.
And we're at that point in the night where it's kind of slowed down and we're having to clean up and restock and stuff. So they're doing their voices and crap out there. To give you you guys out there an idea, you hear these two now. Like they're in the office while I'm trying to talk to you guys.
Silence peasants.
I know, right? The one that shares a brain cell with him, we call him Kermit.
Hi-yo.
Kermit the Frog here.
Yes.
Oh, I am him. He is me. We are one. Oh my
Silence. God. Silence. I'm going to kill you and fuck your corpse.
Well, they can't hear you because I have my ear set in.
Oh, no, we can hear him.
I am neither Goku nor Vegeta. I am Gogeta.
I swear to God, if you two don't get
Okay,
out of
you
here, I'm
can
going to kill
stop.
you both.
I was going to tell you we don't have lawn cakes.
We're out of lawn cake?
Yeah.
Shit. Okay, I'm coming. Oh, yet another emergency I have to solve. Yay.
Wow.
But yeah, employee brought those to work because I've been limping around the last couple of days, and they were like, "Hey, guess what? I found these today," and I was like, "Ooh, chocolate chip, give me here." So when I leave work tonight, yeah, those are gonna get used.
Nice.
I completely forgot what I was going to say.
That's the wonder and joy of random padded cell.
Yeah.
Well, and
I mean,
and Raz doesn't get to talk to my kid often, but when he hears him in the background, he knows something's going on. But it's normally enough to make the mind go numb.
Yeah. I love me some Christian.
Well.
No, I really do. The Muffin Man,
Okay.
yeah. That would have been on point.
Except that the Muppets are now owned by Disney, so they owe them approximately $5.
I remember back when that first happened. It was like late 80s, early 90s. It was right after Jim Henson died. Because they did the whole thing. It was a TV special where Kermit was going to Disney and he was floating down the river. He saw his nephew and like.
Yeah.
So I might be in trouble, guys. This is actually a problem I can't solve.
Uh-oh.
Hmm.
Just shit in a box and call it a lava cake. They won't notice.
I wish.
Just put it in the
that would
microwave, you know.
Yay, ibuprofen.
Yeah, ibuprofen's great.
Oh,
Yeah, technically
My
Freddie
goodness
Fazbear
gracious.
is a Disney princess because the Jim Henson Creature Company did all the animatronics for 5 nights.
Has anybody watched that yet? Because I kind of want to see it.
Yep, I
I
love
have.
it.
My
It's
kid
on
says you
streaming,
need to watch
so
it 12 times in a row,
Yeah,
nonstop.
they're
we watched
kids.
it. Yeah, literally, we
Yes,
got done with the. Go ahead, James.
I was going to say I watched it, and if you really want to find out what me and my mates were thinking of it, you can go to the Movies and Beer Podcast blog spot and clicky and listen. Or I can just say you don't have to go to the theater; it's already on streaming.
Yep,
Probably will want to go that route.
They did a Simo release with theater. They actually moved up the streaming release so it would actually start streaming the exact same time as the first national showing. National showing. Because it came out Thursday at like 10 p.m. or something like that. Because I was doing a show. Which show was it? Oh, it was the anthology for the book party for the anthology. I think is what. Yeah, that's what it was. And the second was over. Like Matt came downstairs and Jason came downstairs. We like immediately watched it. And I gotta say, I actually really enjoyed it, to be honest with you. Like, I came into the whole 5 nights thing like pretty late in the game with the games, only because my current roommate / best friend Jason and Mariah was part of this too. Jason or Mariah would do walk-through plays of the game while we were on like voice call, and we'd do YouTube videos of playthroughs of the game, like a Let's Play type thing. And I really liked it, but I was so focused on laughing at all of them because of the jump scares. I never really listened to the lore or knew anything about it until all the lovely hotel stays in the last year and found out that Matt loved it a lot. And Matt got me into the books, so I read the books. We went through and played all the video games again. We're on Security Breach now. And I started paying attention to what the actual lore and the story was. And I fell in love with it. And him and I read and looked at every behind-the-scenes thing for like over a year that they would put out about this movie. We were so pumped, and we saw it.
There are some issues I have with the movie itself. Like yourself, I wasn't aware of the lore. I knew about it because I read the Wikipedia page, but there's a few things. First of all, kind of a minor quip, but being from Nebraska and seeing that poster saying "Visit Nebraska" and there's nothing but trees, that is the worst case of false advertising I've ever seen in my life. Because
we may be the actual poster.
If it is, it's that's the worst case of false advertising.
Yeah.
Because originally the state didn't have any trees. We invented
Right.
Arbor Day to plant
Morning.
trees.
Right.
And yeah, I just
That's true.
also, and that kind of leads into, was that dreaming plotline really necessary?
Yes and no. Like, so the creator of Five Nights at Freddy's was a producer on this and did and also wrote the script. What he always talks about is between the books, the short stories, the games, the graphic novels, and the movie, they all share some similar lore, but they all like kind of also have their own. He's was setting up some things that people had liked. Think like when Disney took over Star Wars and made a lot of stuff that was canon, suddenly not canon, but still tries to bring in old canon into Star Wars at random. That's kind of the whole vibe that he was going with. And there was also quite a bit cut out of the movie that we're supposed to get with the unrated version when it comes out. That is going to explain a lot more of that. But the decision to make it a PG-13 movie, there were certain things that they did and had to cut, with the exception of the deaths. There was only ever supposed to be 4 people dying. If you really know the games, the only person that dies in a lot of the games is just, well, you. So there isn't a lot of support to kill, like to have like a huge crazy death count. And most really good PG-13 horror movies, a lot of the deaths are off screen, like and done with sound effects, and so you can kind of envision on your own how bad they were. Minus the bite sequence. Oh my god, that was actually pretty brilliant to see on screen, and I loved it. So what this movie felt like to me was part 2 of most franchises, because usually your part 2 movie is the movie where they dump more of the lore and they try and tie things together, and it's a little bit of a slower burn and it's not as satisfying as the first one. I feel like they started with the lore movie and they went a little too hard on the lore and a lot light on the in the moment content, and that's where I think they could have done a little bit better. I love the movie, but I think they should have focused more on setting up everything in the now and done a little bit more of this lore in the next movie, kind of build into it rather than just kind of. I don't know. It felt like a stream of consciousness dump to a degree.
Well,
Yes.
I will say
I also want to point out that when we first got into this, what Raz was talking about, where we were doing a playthrough, no, I want to clarify. Heather was not going to play the game. Mariah was not going to play the game. But Jason and Raz decided it would be freaking hilarious if she did a playthrough, just because Raz wanted to see how many times he could get me to say fuck.
About 1 million times. It was worth it.
Period.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was.
I will say,
I still haven't made it to night 5.
If you love Matthew Lillard, you will enjoy this movie. He is the best thing about this movie. And he's not even in there that long.
Oh yeah, he didn't need to be.
But he's very aware. He's very aware he's the best thing about the movie. And you can see it in his videos.
But what's really, Matthew Lillard, you talk about somebody who doesn't have to be in a movie long to make the movie worth it. One movie that I think that absolutely shines through in is 13 Ghosts.
Oh yeah.
Fuck I love that movie. I was just thinking that.
So.
I also like another actor that was in that quite a bit. The main actor, Josh Hutcherson. I actually love that guy as an actor. Like, I've seen him do comedy, horror, drama. Like, I've seen him do everything. And one of my favorite things is a comedy thing he did on Hulu for a while called Future Man, where he basically it's like a oh my god, it's a very famous movie from the 80s where the guy plays the video game and suddenly he gets taken off into space to fight people.
The Last Starfighter.
Thank you. It's very Last Starfighter, basically. That's kind of the weird premise almost of Future Man. But there's wars happening in the future, and he plays this video game and beats it, so they come and basically kidnap him, and he's like going to be their savior in the future. So it's like Last Starfighter with a little bit of John Connor, but it's a comedy. So I really appreciate like the way his career is between the serious and the comedy and the drama. Like he had moments a little bit, like kind of almost all of those in Five Nights. Like we had a couple like comedy moments, like what the fuck, a couple like like drama, like very like serious, and a couple of just like just terrifying moments as well. Like his range was really well developed and shown, I think, in this movie.
But he's been working since he was a kid, and I think the one thing I've seen most of his is Howl's Moving Castle.
Yep. Oh, Hunger
children,
Games too.
obviously. Hunger Games, yeah, I've seen that a
Yep.
lot too.
Yep.
I thought he
PETA,
was weak
definitely.
in Hunger Games.
Yep. Yep.
I
He
really
was.
did. I didn't
He was
like him in
PETA.
Hunger Games.
I
I know
actually
he
watch
was.
Hunger Games movies every year on Thanksgiving. Because I don't really participate in Thanksgiving, but I like the food. So people just bring me food, and I sit and watch all the Hunger Games movies because it's just fun to me, I guess, to eat food while I'm watching people kill each other for food on TV.
I was
Well,
going to say we're
Hunger
going to
Games.
have another tradition.
Yeah, that's a
Yeah,
tradition I've been doing for years
the
since the
Hunger
first movie came
Games.
out.
I guess for me, the reason I didn't like him in it is because I read the books
I
and
read the books first
Wow.
too. Yeah,
pictured PETA differently, and I
I
couldn't
did
get
too.
over how he did it.
I definitely pictured him differently too, but then I kind of got used to it. But the writing they did for him and the scripts for the movies was very different from the book, and it kind of cut a lot of who he was as an actor kind of out of it. Like they didn't give him a lot of freedom with the role like they gave everyone else, which is very weird.
Hmm.
I remember that pile because for a long time they would not even put the Nightmare Before Christmas stuff in the old school Disney store. It took years for them to start including Nightmare in the Disney store.
Wasn't wasn't that originally on Touchstone?
It was Touchstone, which was technically owned by Disney.
I know, but as
Yeah,
far as getting
He-
around that,
Touchstone
yeah,
owned Touchstone was owned by Disney at the time, but
yeah.
the Disney animators and all were the ones who really helped make it.
yeah.
But they wouldn't put their name on it because they were scared it was going to be seen as too dark and kind of a slap in the face of what they were trying to present and like the wholesome family, fairy tale stuff they were
Yeah.
doing, so they wouldn't touch it.
They
But
were
then it
worried.
got like huge.
Yeah, they were also worried that they were going to have the same backlash they had when they put out Black Cauldron, which was also a dark, pretty fucked up, I think, brilliant movie, and also the misstep they made with Return to Oz, which again I absolutely love and think is brilliant.
Oh yeah.
So like those two both came out before Nightmare, and they kind of thought they learned this lesson that was important, where they needed to keep it not in the limelight.
Well, that
Oh
confuses
yeah,
me
Four
same
because
pile.
VHSs,
Yep.
4 VHSs, 2 DVDs, and then I end up having an
the
argument with
partridge in a
Amazon
pear tree.
because they decided to Disney was changing how they were doing their digital copies database
Yep.
and they cut it. And I didn't find out, and then I had to have an argument with Amazon because suddenly Nightmare Before Christmas was gone when it was there the day before, and Soapy's like, "We need to watch it another 4 times today, mommy."
Right.
And they end up giving me a free copy of Nightmare Before Christmas because he literally heard Sophia crying in the
Oh.
background. He's like,
Wow.
"Here's the copy. She can watch it. It's okay." And then we
Oh.
watched another 4 times that day and everything was better.
Okay. See, a little bit of a rant. That seems a bit hypocritical on Disney's part, simply
It was.
because for a lot of children, myself included, Disney was their first taste of actual horror. Because
Thank
less Fantasia,
you.
we
Mhm.
all know that part. The Night on Bald Mountain,
Yeah.
holy shitballs!
Yeah.
But that was always my favorite one. They put out the what I think is the definitive adaptation of the Headless Horseman
Oh
for
yes.
Ichabod
Oh.
Crane, and I'm not. Let's not even to say nothing about their '80s output like the Black Cauldron, where my favorite movie happened to be like back in the day when I was a child was The Black Hole,
Oh, that was good
which
too.
was it,
That
which
was a
was
good
on
one.
the Disney,
It was technically. Yep.
and I yeah, and I was
You've
a fan
forgotten
of
two major
Not
ones.
Kill the Dumbo.
well,
Something Wicked
I'm
This
sure
Way
I'm
Comes was originally Disney
yeah,
too,
oh yeah, and
and
that's
Mr. Boogedy.
Mr. Boogedy.
That was their
Okay,
first actual family horror, but it's still they disavowed Boogedy and Boogedy Takes a Bride forever. It never came out on VHS. It never came out on DVDs. No,
Okay,
nothing until Disney Plus.
they
but
put
here's the
out
thing.
Song of the South, but
Yeah,
I'm
they
going to tell you
disavow that.
but
the
no Boogedy.
darkest.
Yeah,
Here's the thing. All this that we're mentioning, the darkest moment that Disney is actually responsible for, and I'm going to say this honestly and without any shame, because it is the one where all of us kids that were kind of heading towards goth and kind of dark, got affirmation that, hey, we were in the right camp. It actually came out of one of their, oh, you know, family is good movies. And that was The Lion King. Because I'm sorry, how many childhoods got ruined with the actual death of Mufasa? Let's
And
be
before that,
really
Bambi.
honest.
I remember Bambi, it being Bambi's mom being the thing when I was super little.
Yeah, but the thing
Oh yeah.
is like Bambi was not one of those ones that they threw out in front of us all the time.
Yeah, it
But
was.
Lion King,
No,
Yeah,
it
it
totally
was.
was. I
eh,
remember them shoving Bambi in everybody's faces. The reason why I think Mufasa's death is more powerful is because you didn't really have any time with Bambi's mom in the beginning of the movie. Honestly,
Yeah.
that is true.
it was
That's
like
true.
there for 2 seconds and she was dead, and it was kind of a, we moved past it. It was horrifying, but then you move past it. But with Mufasa, you got time to like know who Mufasa was as a character, and his own
Oh yeah.
brother murdered him. So it was like,
And let's also point out, um, James Earl Jones. Like that's kind of an iconic voice,
Well,
even when we were growing up.
yeah,
He was Darth Vader. He was everywhere.
that was
Then he's Mufasa. And you have to remember, at the same time that The Lion King came out, what else did we have? The Sandlot.
oh god, I love those movies. I still watch them once a year. Every summer, I watch The Sandlot. Even like all the extra ones they made for no reason. There's like 3 or 4 of them they ended up making, or 5 maybe, I think.
But James Earl Jones, that voice, like we all love that voice. It's like Morgan Freeman now.
Yeah,
like
So, you
CNN.
know, yeah. So, then you had Mufasa's death, and like all of us that were like kind of leaning towards, the dark side of life that, people were telling us, oh, it's not that bad. Then you watch The Lion King, you're like, you see, it is that bad.
yeah,
It is.
it really was, and
You
still is
guys
to
want
this
to
day.
hear something odd? Very,
Yes.
very odd. I have had my I wouldn't say that I was ever fully goth, mind you, but I did explore the culture in the late 90s and into the 2000s myself. And I'm still friends with a lot of people within that subculture. Um, but the movie that started off not, believe it or not, was the Pet Cemetery 2 soundtrack.
I can see that. Yeah,
I mean, the
yeah.
music on it, I actually enjoyed the movie. I saw it in the theater back when it was released in '92, and I thought it was kitschy, but I liked it better than the original Pet Cemetery. Try not to hold that against me, but
No,
I
actually,
but
I did
can't
too.
because my nephew's middle name is Gage, if that tells you
okay,
what my
Yeah.
sister thinks.
I see.
Okay,
That's the
I
type of
didn't like
family
the
we
first
are.
Pet Cemetery because it had that guy from that campy fucking future show on it. I can't even remember that guy's name.
Campy future.
I just didn't like it.
Okay,
What was his name?
I'm not sure who you
No,
mean.
he's the main character in the first Pet Cemetery, and he did this campy show
Oh, the
back in the
dad.
late yeah in
Yeah,
the
yeah.
late '80s, early '90s, and I couldn't stand
hmm.
that dude.
What was the
I
show? Do you
hated him.
remember?
I can't think of the name of it. It was like a rip off of Quantum Leap, but not as cool.
Was it like Voyagers?
Maybe I don't know.
Okay, I don't know.
Because it was Dale Midkiff that was
Slider,
the dad.
Yeah, that
Sliders,
was him.
Yeah, I'm looking up.
and
I'm looking up his stuff now to see what it was because I think I know what you're talking about. So it was a
but
movie. It was a TV show, right?
while you're doing
Yeah,
that, I will say that the soundtrack to Pet Cemetery 2, though, a lot of the cuts I was listening to that and I'm thinking, this is really good stuff. That was my first, probably my first taste. I mean, then I was a bit late in watching The Lost Boys, but that soundtrack also,
I fucking love that soundtrack.
yeah,
Cry Little Sister is one of my favorite songs to play darts to.
Yep.
oh yeah.
Manson's version, honestly, was surprisingly amazing. Actually,
Of
not
course,
all
there's a
his.
Manson's
Honestly, all his
version,
covers are amazing. Really.
but then The Crow came out, and
That was
my
the one for me.
my actual first taste of The Cure. believe it or not. And Pornography is a fantastic album. A lot of people think that, when it comes to The Cure, it's like Disintegration or Wish. For me, it's Pornography.
Gotcha.
I have that on vinyl because I am that guy. Yes. Anyway,
No, but honestly, Pet Cemetery 2, the first one, I liked it when I was a kid, but I'd already read the book, but, because I'd read King at a stupid young age when I shouldn't have. But the second one I enjoyed more as a movie. And also it came out around the same time as Terminator 2 did, and Edward Furlong was in them both. So they
yeah.
packaged them together at the drive-ins. So I actually saw them both on the same night.
Well, that was before his self-destruction period.
Yeah, not long before.
And
But yeah.
anybody remember Brain Scan?
Yes, I remember Brain Scan.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, soundtracks definitely though. Like The Crow was, I think that was the one where I was goth and I was grunge. I was what you would consider grunge goth because I'd wear like the net like goth shirts, all that shit. The face paint sometimes, but I also wore my flannel. And
Yeah.
I wore the same boots or airwalks that I always did, in my grunge face. I was like the combination of the two, I'd say.
Well, I was really more, as far as the look goes, I like the simple jean jacket, t-shirt, and jeans kind of thing. But I listened to what I liked. So being in the Midwest, growing up in the Midwest, I was unaware of any kind of political divide within the cultures. Like I listened to metal, punk, hardcore punk, what most back then we would call it post punk, and instead of just goth or anything like that. But I listened to what I liked.
Yeah.
And I wasn't aware that if I listened to this, I wasn't supposed to listen to this. Otherwise,
I always hated that. I never subscribed to any of that bullshit. Like I would go from Elvis to
No, that
fucking
makes sense.
Soundgarden to White Zombie all in the same 20-minute time span.
Right.
Yeah.
And
It's
then the
the
90s.
labels and boxes that people, the humanity is obsessed with has always been the problem. The major downfall of all of humanity are the labels and boxes.
Oh, yeah. Did you find out what the TV show was?
No, I can't figure it out. I can't figure out which one she's talking about because I looked him up and he didn't do any sci-fi shows. The closest would have been guy that played Judd, but that was Herman Munster, who also did a lot of weird sci-fi stuff and Car 54, Where Are You, and all that. But I couldn't find anybody on the cast that she was talking about that did anything sci-fi before Pet Cemetery. So
well, sure. there was the mother that used to be on Star Trek, I believe.
Yeah, she was on Star Trek. She played multiple different versions of Star Trek characters.
Yeah, and that's true. Like she did some sci-fi stuff, even non-Star Trek before then, but she said it was a male actor, and I was going through the list and I couldn't find any.
Has anybody watched Dolly Dearest? She's in that one too.
I have seen Dolly Dearest.
We need to do that for the Tomb of the Terrible sometime.
That would which version? The original or the 91 version?
The original. Come on.
That's what I would prefer to. They're supposed to either they did it in the last couple of years or they're talking about redoing it. It was Rosemary's Baby that they recently redid, but they're talking about redoing Mommy Dearest.
Okay.
But Rosemary's Baby was like a weird miniseries thing they did, and it was all right. I mean,
all right.
Didn't care a lot for it. You can totally
They're
miss
just
that one.
remaking everything. I mean,
if it can be remade, they're trying.
No, I'm divided on remakes because some remakes anger me and some I end up loving despite the fact they're remakes. I think it depends on how much time has passed. And if there's a good purpose to bring it to the attention of a younger generation.
Yes.
So there's validity there. Like when they redid Psycho, I fucking was mad and I absolutely hated it. I cannot stand the Psycho remake. Just hated it. And I wanted to like it because I love Hitchcock. Yeah. And I wanted, I liked a lot of the people in it. And I saw it opening night and just came out of there like,
that was a frame for frame remake.
Oh, no, it kind of was, but they also added in a lot of other really stupid shit as well.
Yeah.
Like, and like, you can hear him masturbating, for example. when you see his eye through the eye hole, like staring at it, you can hear him masturbating in the movie.
Yeah.
And it was a lot of additional shit like that. That was just, sure, it was creepy, but
He was no Perkins.
not at all. And again, I love him as an actor, but I've seen him do series, and it's not bad. His comedy is his bread and butter, but Vince
I've
Vaughn's all right.
seen
But
the original so many times, but that ending shot still chills me every time because
yeah,
he just nails it.
yeah. And I think there's just some things that you can't really redo and modernize it because it loses a lot in translation. But then you've got things like The Hills Have Eyes. That
Yes.
was actually, I love the original with Michael Berryman, but the remake of it was powerful. It was good. It did everything that the original one did in a new way, and it brought attention to the old school. But then you got Rob Zombie's Halloween, which I know it's divisive. Some people like it, some people don't. But
I enjoyed it.
They took everything that was Michael Myers and they removed it from the character, and that was the problem. Because they made him take his mask off. He screamed at people. He ran. Like everything that made Michael Myers scary, they removed. And instead of having a seemingly normal childhood and he just snaps one day, well, now he's a beaten and abused serial killer kid. So the whole thing makes sense now. And again, I like those movies. If they were not called Halloween and he had a different mask, I would have enjoyed the shit out of those movies.
I do think that Dark Castle was onto something early on, at least, when they were releasing remakes of their own movies, the classics.
I'm going to say I think a good remake was what they did with The Stand. That was actually phenomenal, especially for anybody who read the book.
Yeah.
The new one, the casting, admittedly, I love the old cast because look, that was a who's who of who was coming up at the time.
It was, yeah.
But the new one is so close to the book.
And it's not just close to the book, it's close to the uncut book.
Yeah, that and that's a big sell. But you also, the casting was phenomenal.
It was.
For the new cast. It really, really was.
It was a really good miniseries. There's things about it that I wish would have been a little bit different, but anytime I watch it, I've got to watch the original first, and then I've got to watch the new one because that's Michelle's favorite anything from Stephen King. So we have to go through, watch the original, and then watch the new one. But we're big Fiona Dura fans, so to see her play Ratman was we loved that.
No.
I'll be honest. You want to know what really sold me because I wasn't sure he was going to be able to pull it off. Alexander Skarsgård and Randall Flagg.
Yeah, that was actually pretty fucking brilliant. I liked him more.
Really good fucking term. Yeah.
I'm going to throw this out here, and you can send your hate mail to me via necrosarks@gmail.com. But I think that the It remake blows the original one out of the water, and I was a big fan of the original back in the day. And don't get me wrong, I think that
I don't think you'll get hate mail for that. I really don't think that you'll get hate mail for that, man, because here's the thing. It's not a remake. The original was a mini-series made for television that had to follow a million rules about what it was and wasn't even allowed to do. So my thought this whole time has been, we cannot compare them. They were made for completely different purposes, and half their source material they weren't allowed to go over because it was on TV. TV standards now is very different. They can go balls to the wall and do everything. But what I will not believe from anyone is that Tim Curry wasn't better as Pennywise.
Okay, so truth. I have not watched the new ones.
They're brilliant.
I have the first and the second one on Blu-ray sitting on my computer because when my mom moved in, she was like, "You love Stephen King, you have to watch these." Because I work so much, I have not watched them yet.
They're good. They really, really are worth their time and attention. They do so much stuff that the miniseries can't. Having said that, there is a couple major things they really didn't do that hurt it a little bit. The big thing with King was the Universal monsters, the inclusion of Universal monsters as some of the things that Bob Gray could become. What the original plan was, instead of the Universal monsters, was 80s slashers, and this was actually originally written in the script, and they ended up not being able to get the rights to show Freddy and Jason and Michael and Pinhead. They had intended to, since they shifted the movie to the 80s, they were going to use slashers in the place. But instead, they were just showing the titles of some of the movies on the marquees for the movie theater instead. That's kind of how they ended up going with it instead. But that was a major miss out point. But it wasn't their fault, at least. Like, they tried really hard to do it. But that was one thing that I really felt was missing, was that pop culture.
I got to tell you, that library scene will haunt your nightmares.
Yes.
Oy.
But they actually got the characters more like the original characters from the book too, because it really was Ben that was into the books and into the studying. That's what he did after school to hide. And they had Mike do that in the first one, and in the miniseries, and it kind of felt weirdly out of place. Oh, let me bring in Tom Dog.
Okay, try that again.
Tom. We're discussing,
hey, how's it going?
We're discussing It Chapter 1 and 2 versus the miniseries. But the other thing for me was Skarsgård was a great Pennywise. On his own Pennywise, it was very well done. But here's the difference. When Skarsgård was on screen, they did so much with his eyes, that's his actual eyes, like the lazy eye and stuff. But they were doing so much in the foreground and the background and all these things that when he was talking in that the childlike voice, honestly, half the time I was engaged in what was going on in everywhere in the scene, which isn't a bad thing because it brings you that sense of confusion and what the fuck's going on. But when Tim Curry was on that screen, you could look nowhere but right into that fucker's eyes because he commanded and has always commanded his presence. But the way he commanded that presence as Pennywise was so powerful and fucking disturbing. I am not afraid or bothered by very many things in life. But one of the reasons why I always go back and watch the miniseries is because it still freaks the shit out of me to this day. Knowing that it's Tim Curry and seeing him as this, I believe he is this fucking character. I believe it. I don't believe Skarsgård. There's too much makeup. There's too much CG. But fucking Tim Curry just to this day terrifies me in that role. The only clown ever that's bothered me ever.
But let's be fair, okay? So Tim Curry, when he did any of those darker roles, because it wasn't just in Legend.
Yeah.
In Legend, he was the demon.
But that was also just voice work. So it was a little bit different. It was a little different.
But okay, so let's take something completely out of the horror genre. Let's go with Clue.
Okay, yeah.
Anytime Tim Curry is the center of the story, he is what catches you. Period. It didn't matter if it was dark. It didn't matter if it was lighthearted, if it was drama, even his voice work. Because if you look at, I really hate to say it, shows how much of a nerd I am. If you look at his voice work in The Wild Thornberry.
Yeah.
Nigel. I was going to say Peter Pan and the Pirate.
That's a good one too. Yeah.
That's a good one too. Treasure Island. Oh, yeah. Muppet Treasure Island. Yes.
Tales of Navy.
So, yeah. Anytime Tim Curry is a major player in the story, he is where your attention's at. Mm-hmm. And this goes back, and I'm getting ready to reference a cult classic. This goes back to Rocky Horror.
Oh, definitely.
Oh,
it
absolutely.
Really, really does. Tim Curry, there will never be another person with that kind of charisma. Like, if you were to ask anybody, he was never going to be a leading man, but his ability to capture you in whatever he did made him one.
And that's where Skarsgård comes in, because Skarsgård is a brilliant actor. He's a brilliant character actor, but he's also one of the best ensemble actors in kind of the history of acting. Like, that's his thing. And they made him more of that ensemble actor with the kids whereas Tim Curry was just the leading guy. There was a different philosophy with the way they filmed it and directed it and the way the script was written. Again, Skarsgård is brilliant in chapter 1 and 2. Fucking brilliant. It's just very different.
Yes. Now, if we're going to be honest with ourselves, Tim Curry was probably the best thing about Home Alone 2.
Oh,
That-
hell
that
yeah,
also.
absolutely.
Yes.
The fucking Grinch smile. I'm just gonna
Yes.
say it.
Yeah.
That is great.
Oh yeah.
If there was ever, nothing against Jim Carrey is playing the Grinch, but if there was a live action Grinch movie around the time that Home Alone 2 came out, Tim Curry would have gotten that part hands down.
Oh yeah.
Definitely.
Oh yeah.
Definitely.
But what I liked, one of the things that I love that they actually pushed the envelope in it, chapter 2 specifically, there is the LGBTQ aspect that they very much left out of the miniseries because you really couldn't talk about that, in the early 90s on TV.
Yeah.
And he got a lot of flack for this, a lot of major flack from including in the movie, largely from people that had never actually read the book and understood actually how important that wasn't just to the mythology of Pennywise, but to Stephen King's actual life. And something that I'm not going to go into it. It's not my story to tell, but I'm not going to get into that whole thing. But he talks about it in interviews that it's actually based on someone that he was very close to that was murdered. Because back then,
Wow.
you couldn't be open about any things like this. So when he got all that hate from people about it that didn't know the reason why it was included or didn't understand the mythology behind it, like that really hurt my heart, honestly, to see a backlash for that. Because it was done very respectfully and pretty brilliantly if you really stop and look at what it was.
Yeah.
But I know the TV show, Welcome to Derry, that got pushed back to next year, is one of the main things they're going to go and talk about. It's a prequel to chapter 1 and 2. One of the biggest parts they're going to talk about is the black spot. If you've not read the book, there was this big bar. It was military back when black and white people were separated. They had to have different music places, different bars, different restaurants, etc. And it happened during that time. And there was a big accident that happened at this African American music club for servicemen that was called the Black Spot. And that's one of the big talking points they're bringing into the prequel. But their focus is actually getting away not so much as just being on Pennywise, but on Bob Gray, period. Because that was another really cool thing they did in chapter 1 and 2. He was a lot more things than just Pennywise than he had been in the miniseries. Miniseries had a couple different things, Frankenstein, the werewolf, a couple little things, the dog. But 1 and 2 really showed him as a lot of all the different things. Not all the things he was, per se, in the book, but a lot of the things. And people forget that Bob Gray is the base of that, who becomes all of those different things.
Yeah.
Because Bob Gray is the extension of this god that's stuck between universes, and it's what brings the energy and feeds that god to get him closer and closer to our reality. So they're bringing a lot more of that mythology, which they'd started in chapter 1 and 2, and kind of dialing it backwards and kind of like adding to it, which I'm really excited about.
Intriguing.
Yeah.
So which version had the better spider?
Obviously, chapter 1 and 2, obviously. And the only reason why they did it, honestly, was it was kind of bookish a little bit, but it was more of a nod and throwback back to the mini-series more than anything, the way they chose to display it. That's something Andy Machete talked about in an interview.
Yeah, I still got to see the remake.
Originally it was supposed to be 3 movies, not 2, and it had a completely different director and a different starring role for Pennywise.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They decided that was too many movies, and they pissed everybody off about it. The director at the time, I know who it is, I just can't word right now, completely just said, okay, then bye. And then they picked up Andy Machete, who ended up making them. And it's not Will Ferrell, obviously. He was in Maze Runner. His name is Will something or other. I'm about to look it up.
Will Smith?
No. Maze Runner, man. Trying to look it up. Talk amongst yourselves while I look this up. It shouldn't take me long to find it, though. Oh, Will Poulter. Will Poulter was actually going to be the one.
Oh, we didn't get a chance to talk.
Sorry.
Snoop Doggy
Something might
Dog
happen
is neither a Snoop nor a doggy nor a dog. Discuss.
Yeah, and Will Poulter did the screen test. He did the makeup, but when the director fell off, and he saw what they were trying to shoehorn the movies into, he also was just kind of like, "Well, that's not what I signed on for. My contract was with this director, so peace out." Which is a shame because I think doing it as 3 movies would have added a lot to it. Honestly, it would have, I think, filled out a lot of things. But now they're lucky enough to be able to go back with this prequel and fill in a lot of those things they would have filled in with 3 movies. So I don't know. I'm interested.
We'll find out.
Right, I do love the new Pet Cemetery quite a bit.
Bloodlines.
Oh, that one as well. Like, well, because that's a
Okay.
prequel to the one they just released a couple years ago.
Yeah.
I
do like the remake.
Yeah, that remake, because we were talking about, go back to the remake conversation.
I especially like the ending of the remake.
Oh my God, it was brilliant. And there's a story about this that I read, and again, in another interview I read around this one was coming out. They were really worried about it. They thought he would hate it. So he was in a viewing room by himself. He watches the whole movie, and he sits there. Credits roll. He's silent. He's not said anything or really done anything. He's just kind of sitting there. And they said he sat there for like 15, 20 minutes when the screen was just black. No facial expression, nothing. And then he stands up and he comes out of the viewing room. And they're all freaking out like, oh my God, he hates it. He hates it. We're going to have to figure something out. We're going to have to figure out what we need to refilm or re-edit or what, because we're not about to piss off King. We've had this great relationship through the whole everything. And we want him to be happy with what we've done. And he comes out and he looks at him and says, I'm about to say something I've never said to anyone before. And again, this very serious face. They're getting more nervous and like upset. And he's like, I've never watched an adaptation of my work where I truly wished that that's the way I had written it. And then he got this big grin on his face and he hugged them. And he said, when he wrote that book, if he thought something like that would have been acceptable or would have played, he would have done it, but he didn't think of it. And they did. And he said it was brilliant and to please not change a thing.
Wow.
When I heard that interview, I was lucky enough to read that interview before, like the day of me watching the movie. And I kept that in mind because I really wanted to not like it. Like it was going on at first, like the early things. I don't want to give away too much of it, but like I was starting to get irritated. But I kept thinking about that in the back of my mind. Like, okay, this is different. It's not what I'm going to expect. And had I not read that interview, I think I would have, my first viewing, I think I would have disliked it. But because I had that in mind when I watched it, it helped me just kind of chill out and let the movie be what it was. And then when we got to that ending, I was so thrown on how that one change early on completely created a different situation. And then I finally got to watch Bloodline 2 or 3 days ago, and it also blew me the fuck away. Like,
yeah,
so much makes sense now. Like about that town, Judd. Like, man, that was brutal.
I wasn't expecting to enjoy it as much as I did, simply because, well, it's a prequel. It's a Blumhouse prequel.
Yep.
To boot. And I'm like, okay, let's just watch it. I just kind of threw it on while I was working on some stuff on my laptop, and I found myself engrossed in the story and everything that was unfolding. There were some slow moments I was noticing, but the whole, lore of the land and how it got sour and everything, and the Native American tie-in, it was I thought it was very, very intriguing.
Yep. I think
so.
The
Well done.
Of the Wendigo lore they got wrapped into it with the remake and with the prequel it made a lot about Pet Cemetery make more sense than even the book did, to be honest. Because even Stephen King will tell you some of the background details about what the land was and why he kept vague. He kept a lot of it, like kind of intentionally vague to let you kind of come up with your own reasons, like authors often do. But that made the whole property work.
Yeah. Now, tell me, what did you think of the Firestarter remake?
Which one?
The Blumhouse one, the recent one.
I'm trying to remember who was in that one. I have to look it up real quick.
Because I saw that in the theater, and we both agreed it was a movie. It had
Oh, okay. Yeah, I do remember seeing this one now.
Is that on Peacock?
Firestarter? I'm not sure.
Yeah.
maybe Max, because it chapter 1 and 2 is on Max.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, King stuff is spread out all over all the services
Yeah.
because he does
Yeah.
deals with all of them.
Yeah.
I disliked the fuck out of it.
Yeah.
I'm going to tell you, I could not stand it. Almost everything I loved about Firestarter as a book and that initial movie was completely taken out.
Yeah.
Literally.
The initial
was
movie had
gutted.
George C. Scott.
Yeah.
Yes.
One
And
of
that
my
was with
fa-
Drew Barrymore too.
Yep. They
Oh, yeah.
cut most of the shop out of it entirely, honestly. Like a lot of the shop. They kept so little of the shop actually in it that a lot of things just fell apart and didn't make sense. To
Yeah.
me, one of the most important parts of the novel and the original book was the time that she spent in holding and the relationship she was developing with the janitor. It's who she believed it was. Like,
Yeah.
And the tests that they had her do, like, that was a lot of the heart and soul and core of what that movie and first book was. And they removed it all. Almost all of it was just gutted and taken out.
I remember the ending happened and I was kind of pissed off.
Right. Like, that was one that should have been a two-parter also. If they'd have made it a two-parter, they could have slowed it down. Because the whole thing was like, rush, rush, rush. Here's all the important stuff you need, but you know it, so we're going to be artistic and skip it and do something different. It's like, this was a reimagining, not a remake. And it was not a good reimagining.
No. We're talking about the Firestarter Blumhouse reimagining.
And it's getting
Yes.
remade again,
Oh, okay.
apparently.
Thank
It
you.
is slated
Yeah.
for yet another remake. That and Carrie are slated for other remakes. For
How
different
many
people.
times are we going to remake those two?
Well, Carrie,
Especially Carrie.
it's been longer since Carrie was remade than it was Firestarter, because Firestarter was just last year.
Okay, how
but
long
the
ago was that?
Firestarter is going to be a TV show. It's not going to be a movie again. It's going to be a
It
show.
used to
which
be a
kinda-
TV show as well.
No, I mean it was a miniseries, kind
Yeah.
of, but no, it wasn't. Wait, that was just a one and done. I'm pretty sure the original Firestarter was a one and done movie.
No,
I
not
could be wrong about that,
Firestarter, but Carrie.
It
was
was a one and
Carrie.
done movie too.
Oh, the remake is on Peacock.
Okay.
Which one?
Okay.
The one that came
Firestarter
out
or-
last year.
Oh, Firestarter. Okay.
Firestarter.
Firestarter.
Yeah,
Okay.
Firestarter,
Okay.
the original Firestarter, and Carrie were both one and done movies. But was it Chloe Grace Moretz? I can never say her name correctly. She was the new Carrie when they redid Carrie, and that I thought was pretty fucking brilliant. I liked the Carrie remake quite a bit. They went a
Okay.
lot farther, like a lot farther.
Now I'm going to, again, this is kind of a dark exploration here, but Rage Carrie 2 I thought was kind of fun.
It was a lot
It
of fun.
was
and-
it fell squarely into the end of the 90s horror boom that kind of happened with Scream, and then all of those kind of movies kind of came out.
It felt like a 90s sci-fi channel movie because they
Yes.
didn't get silly until like late 90s into the 2000s. That's when we got Birdemic, Sharknado, and all that stuff. But like in the 90s, they were trying to do this weird sci-fi horror that like was original and like dark and gritty, but it had that teeny bopper kind
Yeah.
of feel to it too.
Yeah.
It was around also the time that when, the first Final Destination came out,
Yeah.
and there was also like Urban Legend, I
Oh, I
believe.
love that series.
Yeah.
So I don't know. It was kind of a mixed bag as far as what you got.
Oh yeah. Oh, and I Know What You Did Last
but
Summer. That's the other one that was real big then too.
Yeah. But I rented one night. I had one of my favorite jobs was at a Godfather's Pizza, and I would close, and then since I was a delivery guy, I had enough to like stop by the Blockbuster, which would remain open pretty late, and I would rent a horror movie from their shelves, take it back, watch it, stay up until 4 a.m. or something,
Yeah.
and then lather, rinse, repeat. Hello there. You gonna boop us?
They
We getting boops?
Remember,
We're getting
green.
boops.
One,
Boop us.
2, 3, and 4.
Boops.
And
Boop. We've been booped.
you get the boop from Texas to each of you.
Boop.
Nice.
Here's a Nebraska boop. Boop.
Hey, you got Nebraska boops. That's awesome. Hey, you got boops.
It's the boot backs.
Oh yeah. But anyway, yeah, I remember watching that, thinking, yeah, it was better than Phantoms.
Yeah, oh my God, yes, it
Which,
was. We don't talk about Phantom. But no, that's kind of how I saw it too. Because I lived near like 2 or 3 different like video stores. Like I had Hollywood, Blockbuster, and like I think no, actually 2 other like little small chain stores. And I grabbed it from one of them by myself, and I just sat in my room and just kind of watched it on VHS while I was just kind of had nothing to do, kind of a thing. And I remember like enjoying it, but like it felt like a teen slasher movie and not like a Stephen King movie, which wasn't necessarily. I didn't make it bad. It just made it different. I liked it, but it was just
well,
different.
Stephen King had nothing to do with this one.
I know.
As a matter of fact, I believe it was another one of those movies that started off life as a different thing entirely, but for some reason the studios just slapped that on there.
Right.
Like, this is a Carrie thing, so
they did it because their rights were about to revert back to Stephen King, and in order to hold on to the property, because they were going to do a remake and something with it, then they had to release a movie with that title, which is what happened with Hellraiser, by the way. That's why Hellraiser had so many, very many rushed sequels, and then they did Revelations with a different actor. It's because they were trying to hold on to Hellraiser as a franchise, but were under contract to make X amount of movies in a certain time to keep it. And that happened to a lot of franchises. Prophecy. Prophecy is one of my favorite franchises, and they ruined Prophecy doing the same thing that they did with Hellraiser. Same company owned them both, and they completely fucked up. The last Prophecy movie was just bad. At least I will say some of the direct videos Hellraiser installments, some of them were pretty fucking good. Some of them were really, really good, but then the last couple were just so bad they went away until that remake, or it was a reboot actually, and that reboot that they did for streaming was surprisingly really good.
Really, I have yet to actually watch that.
Oh yeah, that's Dell and I both heavily enjoyed that and promote the shit out of it. And I've got a Hellraiser scale detailed box tattooed over my heart, so I'm very particular about my Hellraiser.
If Dell is giving it the thumbs up, then perhaps I should watch it.
Yeah, her and I talked about it quite extensively.
Oh yeah, that one on Hulu was awesome.
Yeah, it's worth it. It is worth to watch. And Max is still working on the TV show that actually Clive Barker is helping work on. Like, that's still supposed to happen at some point in time, and that I'm more excited about actually than the Hulu thing. Although the Hulu thing was good.
And speaking of Max. Carrie, the original Carrie, the Rage Carrie 2, and the 2013 remake of Carrie is all on Max.
Okay, cool. So you guys can go watch those and hear what we're talking about.
But as far as adaptations go, there's one that recently came out, which I am intrigued with, Dark Harvest on Amazon.
Oh yeah,
and that sounds intriguing, but I also kind of want to read the novel first, just to
see. That's one I haven't read either.
Yeah,
I've been thinking about doing that same thing, man. Maybe you and I should read it and then like watch it together or something. Because I've literally had the same thought.
This kind of sounds like a mix of the Hunger Games with Pumpkinhead.
Right. Yeah, that's the same exact vibe that I was getting from it too.
So.
Except for I'd say like Running Man or 31 mixed with Pumpkinhead, probably more so than Hunger Games.
Okay.
I'd love to get a sequel to 31 if I'm being honest. I'd like to see 32.
I want to see what happens. I want to see what happens after that. They ended on that standoff the next morning.
That movie gets a lot of flack from people for being a Rob Zombie movie, but my thing is a lot of people don't like Rob Zombie just for the sake of not liking Rob Zombie. Now listen, if you were pissed at him for what he did to everyone else in White Zombie, okay, I get it. I was pissed at it too. He was a piece of shit to them. And he was a piece of shit to a lot of people. But he made his amends. You know, he spent a lot of time making amends for his bullshit. And he is a fantastic filmmaker. You're not going to love everything he does. You're not going to love everything, but he is great. And let me let Mariah in real quick. Oh, you got it. Cool. But like, his shit's out there, and the biggest complaint you'll hear is he just hires all his friends to do movies. Oh my God! Do you not like Monty Python? Yeah, I was gonna say, do you not like Monty Python? Do you not like Adam Sandler? Do you not like a million other people that do that because you find a group that you love and trust, and you get to spend time with and make movies
Have you
together. Who the
not
fuck wouldn't
seen?
want that?
Have you not seen any of the Wes Anderson movies, or
That as well, yes.
the Coen brothers movies? I mean, come
Yeah.
on, when you find
Right. This is a staple in
that is
cinema history that, and this it's the same way in indie films. Like a bunch of the films that I've done, my buddy Jim Cooper, James, like he's in a lot of because we like working together. So we would get each other on films together. My friend Miller, like we would all just be like, "Hey, I'm doing this movie," and our friend Jenny would just like, "We're doing this movie. We got an open role. I'm going to talk you up. Come do it with me." So like you'll see a lot of this in the indie film world too, and this is normal. And I don't get the hate for that, except for it's people that have no idea what film culture is like behind the scenes at all and just doesn't care.
And
I
when
don't.
you
now.
and then when you had that group there that has have a really good relationship between the actors and everything, you can make one hell of a good movie.
Yeah.
And even if it doesn't do well, like you take one Adam Sandler movie and you put Jack and Jill in the same in the same sentence, and
Yeah.
a lot of people will all agree that we all didn't like that movie, but
I
at the
agree.
same time they're all having a good time with that movie because Adam is working with all the with people that they were once they were all colleagues on SNL, and they were all they had a good they always had a good relationship and everything. And I
Oh yeah.
think that if Grown Ups happened around the time that Chris Farley was still alive,
Yeah.
he would have did a better job of playing the character that Kevin Smith played. Kevin James, I mean.
Yeah, yeah.
Kevin
I
James,
got you.
yeah.
Yeah, I knew you were talking about. Yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah.
Honestly, like I wanted to love Grown Ups because everyone that was in it, and it's a good movie, but it went so hard on the family angle that I kind of felt
Yeah.
like it could have been the next Great Outdoors had it been done in the 90s.
Yeah. But the thing I like about
Grown-Ups.
Grown Ups is that we're all at that age where where we all grew, like you always had that group where you grew up with them as when you were kids and everything like that, and you became really close friends, and then you still had that connection even when you're as adults.
Yeah.
And you're trying to pass that that relationship onto your children, and and it becomes like a thing. I grew up with a lot of friends, and some of them, we could have done the same thing. However, I don't have a family of my own, and some of my friends are dead because they did stupid shit.
Yeah, same.
And
Yeah.
so
But yeah, I mean, and that was a who's who. Grims was really a who's who. Is just about anyone he had ever worked with, and a lot of them were just like bit parts in the background for a moment, like just like cameo, like real quick cameos. But like that was a who's who. And
yeah.
how do people go from liking that to hate Rob Zombie for doing it? Like, there's no fucking reason, man.
Yeah,
And you also hear
I don't get it either, but when Rob Zombie did House of a Thousand Corpses,
which version?
He
Wait, not many people know this, but there are two versions.
Oh,
the
really?
version most of you saw was the version that actually finally got released. Was not the original version of the movie. That was the version where a new Otis was casted because the original one left. And all kinds of shit. And over half the movie had to be completely refilmed in a period of exactly 30 days because it was too gritty and too bloody and too gory. And the original production company, or that was going to release it, not the production company, the company that was releasing it said no. Just this is too much. We've not signed up for. We're killing the project. And he said, "Well, I disagree with you," and found someone else to release it. But literally had to jump and do all this shit. And when he did it, it rained the whole fucking time. That wasn't in the script.
And I'm sure that version, I'm sure there's some movie out there that did get a theatrical release and an uncut version on video where it's just as if not gorier than that version.
Right. It's tough to think about that version because if you're a fan of Rob Zombie, his solo career, for a year prior to that release, he was showing pieces of the original movie at his shows on the big screen. And
Yeah.
that's how I saw, like, I'd say I went to enough of the shows because he would play different little pieces of it at different shows. So no one was like, you'd have to like literally go through the whole thing. And even then only got to see a little over half the movie in pieces and like the whole year tour. So I think I saw like maybe like a 16th of what the movie was with some of the original actors and stuff. And it was such a different movie. And the only note that the new studio had was Dr. Satan. They kind of forced the whole Dr. Satan thing on him in the end, which he is on record about hating, although I love the Dr. Satan aspect of it. It just but it did feel tacked on. It did feel tacked the fuck on.
Yeah.
But
I will say sorry. But I will say I'm glad that whole experience didn't sour him on making more movies.
Agreed.
Because I remember watching and giving a very glowing review for Lords of Salem. And
I need to give that another chance. I've only seen it once with my ex-wife, and I was in a weird headspace when I watched it.
Yeah.
And I didn't like it a lot, but I think it was really just because of who I was with and the headspace.
Yeah.
I think if I watched it again now, I'd probably like it a lot more.
When compared to, say, the House of the Thousand Corpses and the follow-up, the
Devil's Rejects,
and especially his Halloween remake, the Lords of Salem is really more of a 70s giallo Italian type movie where it's really more feel to it, in which case he nailed it. I mean, this is basically the same kind of eerie feeling I got watching this as I did the original Rosemary's Baby or The Omen.
Yeah. Oh, right. Yeah, the original
that kind of vibe. But a lot of people are just confused, especially with the ending and such.
Oh, yeah.
But when I put my review out, and I like to, like, if I don't like something, I'll at least explain why and, not be a dick about it, whereas I would get, Rob Zombie sucks. Okay. Why does he suck?
Yeah.
He just sucks.
Right. That's all you'll hear. You don't get real fucking reasons. And like, as much as I dislike, Halloween 1 and 2, I still say all the time, had it not been called Halloween and it wasn't Michael Myers, the movies are great. I loved them.
Yeah.
It was only what it did to the Halloween franchise that made me dislike it. But as standalones, they would have been amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think he's only had one misstep for me. The only misstep I see is 3 from Hell.
Oh, I was waiting for you to say the Munsters movie.
Oh, I fucking love the Munsters movie. I'll get to that one in a second.
Thank you.
I'll get to that in a second. But 3 from Hell, he crowdfunded. So you had these 2 movies that were very high budgets, very well done between House and Devil's Rejects, and also very different movies, like different subgenres of horror to make this trilogy. And he crowdfunds this 3rd one, does not get all the budget he's looking for. And most of the movie is just told in really shitty film vignettes. And it really actually kind of destroys quite a bit of the lore and buildup of 1 and 2. And it hurt my heart to watch it. Like, my thought while I'm watching is, why, Rob? Why? Why? I know you wanted to wrap it up, because Sid was, not doing well and he passed during filming and you wanted to finish it. But, like, you could have filmed a lot with Sid. You could have filmed a lot. He did film a lot with him before he died, 4-3. You could have used so much stuff to include him and still made a movie that was worthy of this trilogy. And instead, it felt like a really shittily done 90s direct-to-VHS crap fest. And I wanted to love it. I came in wanting to love this movie and just was so let down by it. And it's the only one of his that I will directly just say I liked just about nothing about it. Honestly.
Did 3 from Hell have any ties to the Haunted World of El Super Beasto?
No, but I do love that. I did love that animated movie. I thought I was pretty fucking fun.
Yeah, it was.
Well, with the luchador. Anyway.
And all the boobs, yeah.
Yeah.
But the Munsters. The Munsters movie felt like when they did the reboot colorization in the 90s. That is what
Yeah.
the Munsters movie felt like to me. And obviously, I was born in '82, but my mother had everything of the Munsters when I was a kid and loved it so much. She watched it all the time, just like the original Addams Family. She watched these things with me all the time. So I have a love of like every version of the Munsters. And then there was the 2000s, like early, no, it was like mid 2000s. They did a TV movie with
Yeah.
with
Oh,
even
yeah.
bring even that I loved.
There was
So
I think it was Monsters Go Home.
yeah, Munsters Go
Yeah,
Home. Yep.
yeah.
Oh, and then they made another one after that, actually called is it 1313 Mockingbird Lane, or it was called Mockingbird Lane? It was something like that. They made another
Yeah.
Something
one,
like that. Yeah.
and it was also really good. And this, to me, felt like a traditional Munsters made for TV movie, and that's why I fucking
Yeah.
loved it. And the whole cast was just fucking brilliant.
I enjoyed it. It was campy. It was something different.
Yeah,
It's the lighter side of Rob Zombie, I think.
yeah. Oh, definitely.
And
But that's
the
what the Munsters
podcast that
was.
The only
podcast
thing, though,
that-
I didn't understand why Grandpa had a mustache and he was a werewolf. I thought he was in the series he was originally Dracula, like a vampire.
He wasn't a werewolf in the Rob
He
Zombie
wasn't?
movie.
Oh,
No, he
because-
was still a grandpa. He
Oh,
was still a vampire.
he
Yeah.
was. Okay. Maybe it's because I didn't see it. But
Okay, yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah.
because
Yeah.
and
No, he was,
I was mostly watching the trailer, but it just
this
seemed
was
a little
prequel.
it just so that explains the
Yeah,
mustache.
because
The,
Grandpa was supposed to have looked a little younger in this. Because you got to think when the Munsters were happening,
Oh.
they'd been living together for a while. When the Munsters, the original show, and like all the interpretations, so they'd been together for a while.
Yeah.
This was
I mean-
kind of the whole how they met and fell in love kind of movie.
There was
And
I did
even-
hear mixed reactions that some wished that the movie was done in black and white.
But the Munsters
Mm.
franchise abandoned black and white for a reason. As it went on, it wanted to stand the test of time. So just like
Yeah.
the Universal monsters that it was largely based on, they got colorized. They moved
Yeah.
forward to new generations. Munsters was always about introducing the monsters to newer generations.
Yeah.
Every reboot of that, every reinterpretation was always about that. So he kept that spirit, and I love that he didn't go black and white, actually.
Yeah. I think he did. From what there was rumors going around that he did some sort of contribution with the Munsters at one point. Going back to when he was younger and everything.
When he did the song Dragula, he actually used the actual
Yeah.
Grandpa's Dragula in the music video, and that's
Yeah.
he'd always
That-
loved
that
it
was-
growing up.
Oh,
Yeah,
And
I
of
love that
course,
music video.
That clip of the show was in House of a Thousand Corpses as well.
Yep.
Yes.
it was a big
Yeah.
inspiration to him growing up, and he always wanted to do something. And he was originally supposed to do this and the Blob remake instead of doing Halloween 1 and 2. So that was the original plan before Halloween fell into his lap. And then partway through making Halloween 2, he realized he didn't want to make Halloween. And that was a big fucking thing too, because he did some shit intentionally that they didn't like and knew they wouldn't like it. And that was supposed to be 3 movies. They actually, because of how it was received, they let him out of his contract. They basically kind of like fired him from the contract, is the word that it's been passed around for years now. And then he went to make the Blob and was like, you know what? I don't want to do the Blob right now. And then he kind of took this weird break and did 31 and some other shit. And then finally came back to the Monsters. I still want to see a Blob remake from him, though. I really fucking want to see him tackle the Blob.
Actually, I would just like to see a Blob remake in general. I don't care who makes it.
The closest
because-
thing we have to a Blob remake is probably the 80s movie The Stuff. That's the closest
Yeah.
we have. Which should be
Yeah,
on our list
'cause-
now that I think about it.
and
It should be on our
also-
team list.
And also the Blob remake from 1986.
Well, yeah, Stuff came out after that, though.
Hang on one second. Here.
I believe the stuff came out before in 1985. Yeah,
Damn.
because I was in grade school when that came out, and when I saw that
Oh,
trailer,
you're right. You are right. Yeah, it was a year difference. You are right.
but that was
the
also
the
a great
86
movie.
Blob was made for TV, right? Because there was a Blob movie that was made for
80.
TV.
Oh wait, I was thinking 88.
Okay, okay.
That was the movie that blew everybody away. That blew me away. The theatrical one.
Oh yeah. That was 88. You're right. Yeah.
Yeah. This
I
is
forgot
what
that
stuff
stuff was based on the original Blob, kind of in a
Yeah.
loose.
I this is the kind of stuff I stuff my brain with the kind of
Stuff.
trivial. Yeah, right.
I'm usually good at it too, but just like apparently not when I'm this sick. But I'm a big fan of the Blob.
Right.
Like one of the things I want to go to is Blob Fest. That's been on my bucket list forever, because the actual movie theater where they filmed it in actually hosts the Blob Fest. So you can go this whole town. It's all Blob related for an entire weekend. It's like the Mothman Festival, but for the Blob, basically.
Yeah.
Always wanted to go to that.
Oh yeah. Oh. How you holding up there, Jen?
I am good. I have realized I didn't buy the digital copies. I'm not sure if I still have my discs since the tornado
Of
of
what?
my Blob movies.
Oh,
I see.
I
if you need
think they
digital copies
died.
of things, just let me know. I
Okay.
probably have them in my digital library somewhere.
Because I just realized I haven't seen the Blob in a long time. As for
Yeah.
me, I've got enough pain meds, and I fixed I finally was able to fix a discomfort, so now I'm better.
Good.
So, oh man,
This has been a fun one, though, man. We've talked about like the reality
Oh,
of
yeah.
depression for different industries. We've talked about a lot of nothing, but like things that we're also passionate about, movies that we don't usually get to talk about. Like
oh yeah,
that's what I like about Padded Cells. We never know what the fuck it's gonna be until we all just sit here and start talking about it.
no,
And this is also therapy for us, for you guys listening at home, whether you've been here live chatting with us or you'll watch it later. Like this show, we love you guys, but it's not for you. This show is
Yeah.
it's primarily for us, and
It's
I mean,
because
it is
we're
for you.
insane.
It is for
And
you
we're
guys
doing
to a
what the
degree.
voices in our head tell us to do.
Yeah, I mean, it's for you in that we hope that something we're talking about strikes the core with you and maybe helps you get through a tough time. But this is us desperately needing to vent or to just all having a shit day for some reason and needing to get together, which is why we do any of our unplanned shows are pretty much always going to be extra padded cells, just because it's our
We
fuck
need a
around
therapy
show.
situation.
Yeah,
It's
this
like
is our therapy.
earlier today, I felt like crap. I felt horrible. But all of you and Dell, yes, including you, Tom, because
Mhm.
what you told about in your story,
Yep.
it's something that I woke up terrified about one day because it literally bit me in the leg.
Yeah.
So yeah, it felt I felt better, like I was sitting here with you guys again, listening to the stories while watching the recordings. So
Right.
yeah, thank you
And
guys for that.
I was on this weird high stuff from last night too, because I'm not going to get into politics at all. I'm not going to talk about issues or anything like that. This is not none of our shows will ever be shows for that. But something that means a lot to me personally, Ohio did finally majority vote that marijuana is now legal. It doesn't all. It's going to take like 9 or 10 months for everything to finish going through and happen. But the fact that now I can just go into a store, even if I don't have a medical card, and just weed has finally become this really acceptable thing in a lot of places. And
Yeah.
just to see that happen in my lifetime, man, I get made fun of a lot. I've been smoking weed since I was 12. Like the year I started haunting was the year I started smoking weed. That same summer that I did my first build season was weed for me. And to me, it's a culture. Marijuana is a subculture, is what it is. You're not better if you smoke it. You're not a bad guy if you don't. It's either part of your life or it isn't. But it's helped so many people for a lot of reasons. Medically, mentally in general, help them accept parts of themselves they would never accept before. There's been more positive about marijuana than any drug ever in existence. And it
Exactly.
means a lot to me that so many people are being accepting of it and representing it in the positive light that it's deserved. And
well,
Yeah.
even now, when I can go into a medical dispensary and sit next to a guy in a business suit that's in his 70s and just sit there and openly talk about weed and how he never ever smoked in his life because he was always so afraid because it was illegal. But now seeing how much it helps his body and his mind and just helps him live and be okay every day, like to have a conversation like that with someone that would never do that, like with that big of an age gap, that means something. That's powerful, man. And to just
Yeah.
see Ohio finally go like, okay, we're all on board, mostly all on board. We get it now, and we're good. That hit me real hard last night in a very, very positive way amidst a lot of, depression in my current life.
So, did the state Congress finally realize that what kind of money they can make taxing
Yes and
Yeah.
no.
the taxes? Okay.
The problem is some of our main people in charge are still saying, that we have the power to veto that. That was said by them literally the moment we passed it last night. So they want to butcher it and do things and fuck it up so it benefits this or that more. They're talking about even increasing the proposed tax and all kinds of other stupid shit because they're greedy as fuck. And unfortunately, a lot of good things in Ohio get shut out a little bit because of the current the leadership that's been the leadership for a very long time. And that is something that we've constantly, had to fight for marijuana rights, basically forever.
Yeah.
Even our medical program was because we were trying to pass not the same bill we just passed, but a similar one, and it got shot down. And then Ohio was like, "We're gonna not even let anybody vote on it. We're gonna push the medical program through." And they did it, and they butchered it, and it's bad. It's always been bad. So this also fixes all of that and makes all of that more common sense and easier to deal with. And I don't have to randomly drive the 4 or 5 hours over to a good place in Michigan to grab it and come back because it's cheaper. And there's plenty of places around here that are great and that are very cheap as well, but it's still more expensive here than it is in the state next door. So we're going to see those prices hit us more. And that's going to, the inflation's actually coming down on marijuana across the board everywhere.
Yeah.
So it's cheaper to buy marijuana in some cases and get high for a period of time than it is to go buy a fucking 12-pack of Mountain Dew. No joke.
Like I'm in Connecticut, and some cities still don't have dispensaries because there's a lot of red tape on that, and it's too ridiculous. But I'm glad that the state has legalized it. And but one of the things that I like to do during whenever April rolls around, and it's always been a recurring topic on my show about the legalization of marijuana and how it could help everybody, and to see it actually happen is amazing. And it is helping it, and it is helping out the economy, because there's a lot of money coming in, regardless if you have a medical card, regardless if you need it for medical purposes or not.
Right.
It's just amazing that there's a lot of control on that, and there are some dispensaries, and they're planning on opening up some more within the next couple of years. And I'm just glad that it's actually happening, but it sucks for me because now when it comes to 420, whenever I do a 420 episode, which has always been, a staple of my show, I don't know what to talk about when it comes on to that. But tomorrow I am going to mention a little bit about that, and shout out Ohio and everything like that, and some other stuff too. So yeah, we're gonna have a lot of fun with that. And there are going to be some stuff that I am going to be talking about, especially we'll talk about that when I when I leave.
You got something?
But I wanted to point out that in Omaha there is a dispensary on Dodd Street, and it's situated right next to a Taco Bell, which smart. I find hilarious.
Don't tell me about that one.
Yes.
It was like location.
And I also want to make clear that, like, if this was something that you voted against, I respect you. This is not about the politics. It's not about law, really. It's not about any of that. I respect your choice and your decision, and thank you for being a part of the voting process. Again, total respect. This was just me being very happy about something that meant a lot to me and to my family and my whole life, how much it just meant to me. But again, I respect you guys and your choices and how you vote. I just wanted to make it extra clear that it was not meant to be political.
Yeah. Well, in a way, it's not really political. It's just that, it's just basically, every now and then, everybody just needs to chill out.
Yeah. It's something that shouldn't be political, but other humans
Yeah.
have made it that way, and I don't subscribe to that part of it.
Exactly.
Is what I'm getting
Me
at.
neither. And I just rip on the gun when it turned into a political issue. And I was, and one of the things I like to say, can't we all just get a bong?
Yeah, there you go. I mean, there are definitely
Well,
other political issues I was
you
excited
see.
about yesterday too, but I will not bring those up for the sake
Now,
of that.
gentlemen, I have to disagree. The scourge of marijuana is a bad
Devil's
one.
lettuce.
I just watched this documentary called
my
Reefer
God.
Madness.
Which
and
one?
Oh,
Yes,
Original, colorized, or musical?
yes. Now,
wait a minute. There's a musical to Reefer Madness.
Dude, Showtime
At-
made that
at the
2005, 2006, and it's
Yes.
fucking brilliant.
yeah,
I have to check that out.
Please do.
But I
And
have seen the riff
also-
tracks. I like the riff tracks take on it, and that is by far my favorite.
In fact, if you watch the opening to Tomb of the Terrible, there is a sequence in it from the original black and white.
Oh yeah.
Nice.
Oh,
That,
yes.
I actually, I like when I want to riff on that movie. I do. I want to riff on that movie.
I think we should do an extra fun show like every now and then because Twisted Geekdom used to do this. Mariah used to do this with me and Jason and Kristen and other people, where we would actually get movies that were in the public license that we could legally like have like a watch video up, and we would do the whole Mystery Science Theater thing. Like this was something that we did like once a month, and I think we should do a Tomb companion show, either
Yes.
with movies that are in public domain or movies that we can get permission from filmmakers to sit and do that with. I think that could be a lot of fucking fun as just a once in a blue moon kind of extra content thing.
Yeah.
Right.
I think that,
Now you may be thinking to yourself, sit and watch a movie while streaming. Isn't that a long time? We just went 3 hours, people.
Yeah.
So we can do this.
This is normal for us.
I mean,
That would actually be a short show for us in some cases.
yes.
Yeah. Unless we throw in some shorts in there too and everything.
Yeah, there's plenty of
Make it as lengthen it out a little as much as we can.
People pay money to go to the Rift Tracks live.
They do. Man, I've wanted to do it. The closest I've come is I got I entered something and got the ability to stream it from home. The same time Starship Troopers was also streaming like doing the theater live event. But I got to stream at home. That's the closest I've been to it, and I loved it. But I will say, of all their modern riffing, the Harry Potter franchise might be the best one they did.
I gotta check that one out.
I've been to many of a live.
Second best. The first best is Twilight. That is the one that is their shining gem of riffing is the Twilight series. Every time Bella's dad shows up, they call him Mustache Dad. And it's hilarious. And every time the teen angst sets in, which is like every other scene, and it's just quiet, one of the guys in the background goes, "Line." And it's throughout the If you've never watched Twilight and you're interested, please watch those versions because again, they're fucking hilarious.
I think they'll be worth more watching. Seeing it there that way.
Oh yeah, and with Harry Potter, when Dumbledore comes on, it's Sharp Dressed Man. They sing Sharp Dressed Man, and then anytime Hermione comes on, because the Mudblood thing, they start singing Muddy Mud Skipper from Ren and Snippy.
Wow.
But the live events are a hell of a lot funnier because you had that reaction from the audience, and it just makes it a lot funnier.
Yeah,
and keep in mind we're going to do that. Go ahead.
Well, I've been to many of the live events in the theaters when they simultaneously like broadcast and everything.
Yeah,
I've just they're an event. I have been able to go to many of them because first we had the COVID thing, and then my health started deteriorating, so I couldn't make any of that. But yeah, it's if you have a chance to go do it. I watched like the Five Doctors Rift Tracks edition one time. It was just fantastic.
And there's a Rift Tracks video game too on PlayStation.
Really?
I have it.
It's a
I have
party
it for
game.
the Xbox.
Yeah, they've got
Huh.
it's even on PC. And I've been thinking about picking that up. But keep in mind, we're going to be doing a 24-hour stream in January sometime. So like a riff in a movie would be a fun extra thing to make that 24 hours worth of content that we're trying to do at some point.
Yeah.
Now, have any of you guys know about 375 pages we'll never get back?
I'm not sure.
It is a podcast that is hosted. One of the hosts is Mike from Riff / MST3K, and it all
Okay.
started out with he read the novelization the novel Ready Player One, and was so disgusted by it he started a podcast to discuss it.
I
It's
love
basically
that book.
well,
Mike
I
Nelson.
didn't. So the movie was all right.
Yeah.
But
I will
anyway,
be right back really quick.
okay.
Alrighty.
So otherwise,
Yeah.
So, yeah. Podcasting.
exactly.
So, any movies coming up that you guys are getting excited about? We have the Marvels one this weekend, and
Yeah.
I'm only going to go because of the Flirkins.
Yes. I want to see I want to see the Marvels. I really do, but I don't know what it is lately, but I'm getting really sick and tired of these early reviews of the movie.
Yeah.
Of
'Cause
any
everybody's-
movie that comes out. Like
Everybody seems to want to
IGN,
hate on it.
yeah.
On
IGN
everything.
IGN reviewed it already. They gave it they did give it an 8, and it just happened to pop up on my Twitter when I went on there just checking it out. That was like the first thing that popped up, and I'm like, you got to be shitting me. And it's like I did not want to read that. And it's like, and there's already a score on Rotten Tomatoes, which I don't even know, nor do I care. But I'm just
For what?
I'm just the Marvels.
Oh yeah.
Because it's coming out. It's coming out this weekend, and
Yeah.
so there's already reviews on it. There's already a Rotten Tomato score on there, and it's just like enough is enough. It's like I want to see the movie. Can you wait until like a week until after the movie's been released, and that way everybody's this way here everybody has seen it, and then you can critique on it. I mean, without spoiling anything. I mean, really. I mean, okay, like IGN. It's like is like notorious for that.
I'm with you on this. I'm tired of spoiler bullshit.
Yeah. I mean, thank God they don't spoil the movie, but at the same time, okay, you give the movie, they give the movie an 8 or a 9 or whatever, and it's like, just wait until the movie comes, just wait until people have seen it. Bravo, good for you. You've seen it,
Well,
It's
I
like,
will say that everybody is collectively expecting it to bomb very terribly because Captain Marvel did not do well as a solo movie. Honestly, I enjoyed it actually quite a bit for nostalgia '90s reasons.
yeah.
And, it had a Radio Shack in it. It had Blockbuster. Like I enjoyed it for like what it was.
And it had a nice and had one of the most popular songs by Garbage.
Yeah.
And,
yeah. But my thing was,
can't get any '90s than that.
Was never the best, in my opinion. Never the best character, especially as far as female leads. Even was never the strongest character. And the only time I gave a shit about Captain Marvel in the comics or anything was when she got into the relationship with Rogue, and Rogue put her in a coma, and that was the reason Rogue from the X-Men can fly and has some of her abilities.
Yeah.
Because she thought she killed Carol Danvers and took her powers. And what I'm really hoping is, since we know they've got X-Men and there's rumors about X-Men related stuff that's going to be in this movie, I'm really hoping they introduce a Rogue. And I hope they use this to kind of propel that. And I would like that. Because we do know that Miss Marvel is a mutant. That got revealed in the TV show.
Oh, wow.
And she
that
was
I
the
did not
first
know.
Yep. She, yeah, sorry. I know her name, but my brain is so dead right now. she is officially the first referenced full-on mutant.
Oh yeah,
officially
that's right.
in the
Yeah,
MCU.
because I did see Miss Marvel on Disney Plus, and it's a really good
Kamala
show.
Khan is her name. Yeah, I
Yeah.
enjoyed it. I enjoyed it.
And love it or hate it, I actually have a nice spot. I actually like all the Marvel movies and the MCU.
I enjoy them. Yeah.
It's really good. Maybe Iron Man 3 didn't really click well with me because of the fact that mainly because of the the whole Mandarin thing.
That's actually the one I like the most, only because
Yeah.
it humanized Tony Stark and brought in
Yeah.
people with anxiety disorders to a very positive light, and did a lot actually for the mental health community. But you're right on the storyline being a little.
I mean,
It is it
is
is also a fantastic Christmas movie.
yes.
It's our Die Hard.
But
Right.
I still have I do have a soft spot for Iron Man 3. I just it's just one of those movies
You're not
that
wrong.
it's that
Sorry, I don't know that one.
I wasn't talking to you, Alexa. Yeah, my Alexa just started to jump into the category. She
Surprise
does
line didn't go
she
off.
does that every now and then. But you know what? What? Believe it or
I
not,
love you,
Alexa
Tom.
did. Thank you.
I think we hear all this shit about comic book movie burnout, all this shit. Here's what I think it is. They used a lot of comic properties that maybe wouldn't normally have had movies, like Guardians, but it blew up and did well. Ant-Man,
Yeah.
which started well and kind of maybe Quantumania wasn't the best of them. I enjoyed it because I love Paul
No.
Rudd.
I
know-
absolutely love Quantumania.
I enjoyed it. It was my
I-
least favorite of the three, but
I will say that they kind of shut the bed with the person that they were going to base this entire storyline
Boy,
on the
did
Kang
they.
character, because I'm
Boy,
really
did they.
enjoying
Jonathan
Loki.
Majors.
Yeah, I'm really enjoying Loki this season of Loki.
Season
Final
2 of
episode on
Loki's
Thursday.
And I'm
amazing.
wondering
Yeah.
how are they going to work around that? How are they going? Because my thoughts,
He's still in
it's
right
going to
now.
be OB.
Yeah.
I
He
know.
is still
They
in
filmed
right
it
now.
before. They
Yeah,
filmed
well,
all of that
Yeah.
before everything went
there are
south.
because it's the Marvel universe and the way they build it, they easily have the ability to make him not the big bad that they thought he was going to be. Like Marvel's really good.
Or
at-
maybe
at
there's another
shifting.
King variant out there.
There could be, or Kang could be the smokescreen. We've seen Marvel do what we thought was going to be the big bad, and look with Thanos.
Yeah.
Here's my theory. It's OB.
Okay.
Because he's lovable and unassuming,
Could be.
but really, 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 really smart. I mean, I have problems with the whole grandfather paradox thing that they have going on,
Yeah.
but that's just the way my brain works.
Yeah. But there are some
But
other
yeah,
options already being built in. If you really look at what's considered in the franchise right now, they are building even Raw. From Moon Knight could end up being a bigger bad than
Yeah.
just in Moon Knight. Like they're building
Right.
some
So
Abomination could come back and be bigger based on the She-Hulk movie. I mean, there's a lot of options right now.
I loved the She-Hulk.
I love the
you
show
know,
too. I said movie, but I meant show. I loved it. It was too
Yeah,
meta. The last
it was-
episode
it
got
was-
a little too meta for me, but I still liked it.
But that was but that's the thing, because she did, she's not the only one that Deadpool's not the only one that did wall fourth wall
Oh
breaking.
yeah, Deadpool's
and
just
but
the best.
and but this one, it's a fourth wall, third fourth wall breaking, or whatever it's called. It's so amazing, and it was funny, and but the only complaint that I will, the only one thing that I will nitpick about the She-Hulk series is that it was too short.
Agreed.
If you're gonna cram in the trial things, because I think it would have been awesome to see some Marvel characters go into trial for some shit and everything like that.
Yes.
And we almost kind of got that with the presence of Deadpool, Daredevil.
Yeah, a little bit.
Just a smidgen, but it just would have been funny to like have it span out, and like maybe like a 45-minute episode, 45 to 50-minute episode, where we would have crammed it, put a little bit of the trial in there, then put and then
I think
with
what
the
we're
action
saying is
sequence.
we wanted She-Hulk to do for Marvel what Harvey Birdman, Attorney at Law, did for Hanna-Barbera cartoons. That's kind of what I was looking for with it myself, actually. But we also forget the biggest bads in the Marvel universe they couldn't use, most of them, because we didn't have X-Men, we didn't have Fantastic Four, and they've already talked about Doom. Apparently, Doom is showing up within like sometime within the next couple properties somewhere, and they're going to push Doom hard when he comes out. This could very well be Doom behind all of it, easily.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing how they actually do Doom justice and everything, because
I'm holding out hope that Sony will finally go, whoops, our bad. Here you can have Spider-Man back and do something with Morbius.
Please.
Just
we did
Have we
confirmation.
discussed that atrocity of a movie yet?
Not tonight, but oh my god. Don't even get me started on the Venom movies. Honestly, I love Venom, and the spin that they did was okay and it's fun. But Carnage was
the second one
hurt
was
my
just,
heart so fucking bad. And
yeah, I didn't
Harrelson.
see that one. I just want to see how they did, because when I heard that, when I saw the trailer for that, and because I love Carnage. The villain.
He's the villain amongst villains for a reason.
He's one of my favorite Spider-Man villains, and and to see that that we were finally getting a Carnage live action, I was like in awe, and it's like, and I was so mad that I didn't get a chance to see it on the big screen, because it would have been so awesome to see. I don't know how I would react to it, because I have heard mixed reactions to it. Some people liked it, some people didn't. It's more leaning towards a lot of people didn't like it.
It wasn't terrible. It wasn't the worst thing that's ever happened to a superhero franchise, but it was, when you got Woody Harrelson, who is more than over double the age that Cassidy should be as Carnage right off the bat. Yeah. And the storylining, the love interest bullshit, like it was a reimagining of Carnage, which they did based on the reimagining they did of Venom. And in that context, it's okay. But at least in No Way Home, we found out that we're going to get our own MCU Venom.
Yes. Absolutely.
And that brings me to the fact that they just released the early information about Spider-Man 4.
Yeah.
We know that Vulture's coming back, for example.
Yes.
And we know that we're going to see a little bit more about what's going on with the Venom, the symbiote being dropped into the MCU. We also know we're finally getting the version of Peter we've all been waiting for years. Finally, he's not in high school, he's not in college, he's literally down on his luck. No one even knows who the fuck he is again, like almost reinventing himself as a character. And if they're doing it right, this is the period of time in his life where he gets the symbiote. Yeah. This would be that period in his life where he gets it. And he gets the dark personality, and he actually gets violent and accidentally kills someone, and like the really dark McFarlane symbiote Spider-Man. That's what I would
love to see that.
Yeah.
And I brought this up last year on my show last season, that because of the fact that at the time where there was this bouncing back and forth about the custody of the Spider-Man franchises with Sony, I had a solution, and it was the best one: Disney buying Sony. That way
they can't. After that big merger with Fox, it almost didn't go through. Now it would be considered a major monopoly, and they will not allow it to happen.
Yeah.
Yeah,
honestly, they were better off buying Fox because Fox owned a lot more of their shit than anyone else owned.
Yeah.
So if they had to pick
Now-
one, they chose right. But
I'm just gonna throw this out here because we're talking about different franchises and superhero stuff. Am I like? I know it sounds kind of ick, but kind of weird, but I still want to see it. So we can all agree that Two Face is a multiple personality, correct?
okay, we're going DC. Gotcha. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So we can agree that Two Face is a multiple personality.
Yes.
I had this discussion a couple weeks ago because somebody said, nobody could really do Two Face right, especially after, what they did in the Batman Begins series. And I said,
Yeah.
as stupid as this sounds, if we were to, kind of throw back to the Tim Burton and being kind of dark, but like seriously loopy and playing into the multiple personalities, I would like to see Seth MacFarlane try. I really would. I think he could do it.
Hmm.
I think he could do it and he'd do it well. But that said, I was kind of excited to know they put Michael Keaton back in the bat suit for a while.
Yes.
Oh, that Flash movie. Oh my god, that my heart just like grew 3 sizes larger that day.
Yes. And
Like-
a lot of people were hating on that movie too, and I'm like, I saw the movie. I
Admittedly-
saw the movie when it hit on
I
Max.
enjoyed the fuck out of it.
I loved it.
Did anybody else cheer when they saw the CGI Nicolas Cage against the giant
Yes, I
spider?
did.
I
Yes,
actually
did.
brought that up when I reviewed it.
I loved it. I
You
thought
know,
it was so
Ryan
funny.
and I would have gave it a standing ovation, but
because
yeah.
I thought
Well,
I
just take
pissed
your
off.
leg
I
off and
thought I
wave it in the
pissed
air.
off Carrie
It's
when I
something.
started doing my Nick Cage impression. When I
She
started
hates Nick
doing
Cage
that,
so much.
yeah,
But
'Cause I was like,
I mean,
And
up in the way.
that's weird too, because Burton had never read any Batman or Superman before he took on those Batman movies, and then that and then that Superman movie that never got made. He didn't read any of it. He knew nothing about any of their
but here's the
created
thing.
lore or anything.
Here's the other part of all this. Like Tim Burton didn't know any of that, but they were the best Batman movies. And Joel Schumacher can do many things, but he
But not
cannot do fucking Batman.
No.
Like, I just want to underline that those were an atrocity, and I'm not even that big into comic books.
So
Just
what I
so we're
Bat
considered-
nipples in the back card
That-
was a big mistake.
Holy rusted metal
Joel
Batman.
Schumacher. Joel Schumacher was trying to recreate the 1960s Batman TV show.
Yeah,
Yes, and that's what it
Essentially.
felt like. He was successful as far as that goes because it did feel like an updated, like Adam West style Batman with undeserved serious moments.
that's why
Right.
when they, when they did the whole, holy rusted metal Batman.
Yeah, that line killed me. We all
I was
came out of
like,
the we all came out of the
Joel,
the
I
theaters.
see what you did there.
We all came out of the theaters going, "Holy busted condom Batman!"
But the reason why they brought in Joel Schumacher is because of the fact that because of Batman Returns being so dark, and
Well, Burton was
And-
supposed to do the third one too. Burton
Yeah.
and Keaton were doing the third one, and then they pissed off Burton, so he dipped. And
Yeah.
then Keaton was still interested, but he saw Joel Schumacher
because the parents were freaked out because of Batman Returns,
Yeah.
because of the innuendos for number one,
The
Penguin
Happy
biting
Meal.
biting
that
the
is-
nose.
Yeah, oh yeah,
Um,
yep. Danny
the-
DeVito's Penguin was fucking brutal as shit, dude.
The whole
yeah.
the whole origin story of Penguin at the beginning of the movie with Pee Wee Herman as the cameoing at the beginning of the movie, of how dark that was.
There was also the scandal surrounding the movie because that is the movie that Michelle Pfeiffer was doing that Tom Cruise demanded that she not do, and he
Yeah.
split up with her over it. And there was a big scandal about that at the time too.
Mhm. Yeah, because the role was supposed to go to somebody else.
Mhm.
I forgot whom, but she went on a rant and everything around that time. I forgot the actress's name, but she was actually slated to be Catwoman, but Burton said, "Oh no, we're gonna go a different route."
Well, Pfeiffer was who he wanted, and then she passed on him because of Tom, and then they picked someone
Yeah.
else who fell through, and then they kind of like begged her to do it. And she's like, she was realizing at the time what the relationship was, and it wasn't what she really needed of another person, according to her in an interview. And she's like, you know what? This is going to be the defining moment of our relationship. Me not doing something that I think would be empowering. Well, then basically, fuck the relationship. I'm out, and did the movie.
But I will say though, Michelle Pfeiffer did a hell of an amazing job as playing Catwoman.
She did,
especially with the whip scene. One take. I was like,
crazy cat lady too. Like the crazy cat lady aspect of it was pretty fucking messed up.
Yeah.
To give you an idea of where my mind is, I was 18 when I watched this in the theaters when it came out, and when I saw the finished Catwoman costume, her wearing the Catwoman costume for the first time, my initial thought was that doesn't look very practical.
Correct. It did not.
Yeah.
All the other guys were like, but I'm like, that doesn't look like it breathes very well.
Yeah.
And we really didn't get enough Catwoman lore until
it's a different character.
Yeah. Until Batman the Animated Series. That's when Selena Kyle really started having like a rich backstory. And from then on was just until the Nolan movies.
That show defined
and then they shat
so
all
many
over.
characters.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then the Dark Knight trilogy, the last one, kind of ruined Catwoman a little bit. It kind of ruined her lore and was bad. Not as bad as what he unforgivably did to Bane. That was atrocious and bullshit. But that third movie was so bad. And
it was wearing the Bane in that one was wearing a CPAP machine mask.
Like they followed up these two amazing.
You have my permission
to die.
Como está, Batman?
Like they took these two really great movies and followed them up with whatever the fuck that is, and everybody in Gotham dies, and that's how it ends. And you're like,
okay. But I will say though, with Bane and the Nolan Batman, I'm glad that they did the part where Bane broke Batman's back.
I like that. Yeah, that you know, I'm glad that that little ass Bane couldn't have done that. I'm sorry. You needed big fucking, toxin Bane to really pull that off because
actually I actually like the Bane that they did on the in the movies. Yeah. I mean, that one was brilliant. Yeah, if they just gave it a voice instead of having him, I'm like. It would have been a lot better, but
Arkham games.
I strongly disagree.
Oh hell yeah, the Arkham games are the absolute best.
Bane, yeah, they were so good. I love Bane because he was a luchador. He's got a rich history, like also a lot of rich backstory. And that Nolan movie just kind of again shat all over and.
And it's funny how in the Harley Quinn cartoon series, they have Bane in there talking. He's like big and brutish and everything, and they have him talking like Tom Hardy, and I'm like, oh my god, it's funny.
Does anybody want to see the Azrael Batman?
I kind of do actually, because I'm a bit interested in it. If I'm being honest, like. I don't like DC. Okay, I'm on record of not being a DC fan, with the exception of Batman, Constantine, and Swamp Thing. Those things I love about DC, but that's been it until recently. Like I absolutely hate Superman. That's the only superhero character in existence that I just am anti. Like I'm fully just not at all into Superman at all. With the exception of my childhood and the original, Superman movies because I was a kid. But like, Batman is one that's really close and dear to me because of all the Arkham references and all the H.P. Lovecraft lore that mixed in with just about everything in there. And the Azrael side of it is, I find it interesting.
Okay.
I don't know enough about it as I'd like to, but from what I've read, what I've looked at, and what I've other people that are knowledgeable. I've heard stuff from the Dorkening guys over there and Dell, so they've taught me a lot more than I knew before. I'm interested in seeing how it plays out.
But I would love to see the Arkham, immortalized more in film form instead of being just like some random place in the live action films.
Yeah.
I want to see something like they did in the video game. I want to see something that they did in the what they would do in the comics. I want to see what should have been done, what they did with the with one of their with the animated movies.
The animated movies are brilliant.
And
hey, Dell.
Yeah, I just think that we should have gotten like something from the from Arkham other than just like a one side there. And
you know what I wish they would do? I wish Gunn would be like, surprise, the Pattinson Batman and the Joaquin Phoenix Joker. That is our new continuity for Batman and Joker. I would shit myself and absolutely love it if that were the case.
Yeah.
I love the Pattinson Batman. I thought it was fucking brilliant for because it was Batman Year 2 basically is what it is.
Yeah.
So he's still learning himself, but they actually made him a fucking detective. They made Riddler like he was fucking Saul, which totally hit. That was the most brilliantly they've ever displayed Riddler in the history of Riddler. Like everything they were doing in that fucking franchise,
I'm
into it.
That's always my biggest complaint about the movies or the TV shows. They lean too heavily on the gadgets.
Yes.
Like this one,
went further.
He's a detective.
And Pattinson is a great actor. Like he has done again drama, teen shit, comedies, horror. Like he is and he's young enough to play Batman for a while.
Absolutely. And you know what? He has that look. He does have that look. Nothing against, I was skeptical at first when when he did it, but he had the look. He had the look on that.
He had the older grizzled Batman down, I think.
Yeah,
surprisingly well.
And I just didn't want to see, and I joked about it when I heard about it, that he was going to be the new Batman. That Affleck would have, I just didn't want to have my Batman have a hey.
Dell, who looks absolutely thrilled to be here.
Yes.
You just woke up.
I agree with you. And then like Joaquin Phoenix is like the right age older than Pattinson to really be his Joker. And if they would if Gunn would just be like, okay, this is the new Batman, this is the new Joker, haha, I've been fucking with you guys. It's not an Elseworlds after all. That would make me the happiest right now.
Yeah, I was the only thing that made me skeptical about Ben Affleck being Batman is that I just didn't want, I was worried about it, that I didn't want my Batman to have a Boston accent. It's like, get into the Batcat.
I didn't want to repeat of what happened with Daredevil. That's what I was worried about because I love Daredevil as a franchise. It's part of the Spider-Verse. Daredevil is part of the Spider-Verse.
I don't understand why a lot of people hated the Daredevil movie. I thought it was awesome.
I thought it was just fine.
Even Kevin Smith, who was part of making that movie, and Ben Affleck will tell you it was not their best work, and it fell flat on a lot of things they were trying to do. And it wasn't their fault though so much as the studio at the time.
Yeah,
the studio, it's Fox, man. Fox pretty much fucked up everything they made. Like Sony, in my opinion, I don't care who it offends. I think Sony fucked up everything they made.
Yeah.
Well, going on to that though, did you think then that the for the first X-Men movie was more of a fluke that it succeeded the way it did?
Yeah, I truly do.
Okay.
X-Men is one of the universes in Marvel, aside from the Spider-Verse, that actually, aside from the Spider-Verse, it's the one I know the most about. And I fell asleep 3/4 of the way through that movie. I was so just upset and disenfranchised that it's one of the rare movies I was like, fuck it. And I passed out and took a nap in the movie theater. I was pissed. And then I saw it again after it came out on video, and I felt exactly the same. Like, what the fuck is this?
Yeah.
And then 2 got really good. I actually liked 2.
We are polar opposites because oh yeah, 2 is like basically the Empire Strikes Back of that franchise. But when the first one came out, we are polar opposites because I watched it in the theaters the day it came out twice.
Okay.
Like first
I
in
watched
the
first showing
afternoon,
of it
then
in the
later.
theaters.
Yeah.
With my roommate,
But
my current
but
roommate.
I think Sony did great with Spider-Man. But I went.
Yeah.
I remember watching
Which Spider-Man?
Daredevil, 2002, just Spider-Man.
Okay.
So we're
But
saying
Tobey
that was
Maguire.
Tobey Maguire, who was
Yeah.
arguably the worst Peter Parker that's ever Peter Parkered.
But
I hunch.
there was no other Spider-Man to compare.
That's not true.
There was no other Spider-Man to
We had a
compare
live
him
action Spider-Man TV show
to. Live action.
back in the day.
The
It was a live action. It was
70s Chinese web Spider-Man.
No, the actual American Spider-Man movie in the 70s.
Yeah.
Or show, and he was a good Peter Parker. He was adult Peter Parker, so they skipped a lot of stuff. But I mean, he was.
Yeah, that was a pretty
decent.
good series. That was pretty good. I actually saw that one.
Okay.
That was
Yeah.
actually.
But like Tobey Maguire was not the person you wanted. Just like Kirsten Dunst was certainly not the fucking person you wanted as Mary
No.
Jane.
Oh,
I'm
for
sorry,
Christ's sakes, yeah.
almost all
No.
of their casting
But
jobs,
that did.
with the exception of Willem Dafoe, the guy they got for Doc Ock, and J. Jonah Jameson. Those
Mhm.
3 casting jobs were
Yeah.
so fucking brilliant. And the inclusion of Bruce Campbell, who later would have been revealed to be Mysterio.
Yeah, he should have been
that-
Mysterio in
Yeah.
that movie.
Those were brilliant. And then all the other casting jobs got worse and worse. And then 3 comes along. And Topher fucking Grace's goddamn Eddie Brock. And it was offensive. And then the guy from Wings, who I love as an actor that played Sandman. They made Sandman a little bitch in that movie.
Well,
But
the Sandman
he
was
had the
supposed to
look
be.
though. He did have the look from the comics, and I will
He
say
did.
that
He looked good, but the writing for him was terrible.
My
Yeah.
understanding is that Venom was something that the studios wanted, but Sam Raimi never did. He wanted to be just Sandman.
That was
But then-
supposed to just be Sandman, yes.
Yeah,
also,
it should have just been Sandman, and that would have been it.
it was supposed
but,
to be
you know-
Sandman, and at the end they were going to do the reveal, the reveal of Mysterio's been here all along, with you hinting at Bruce, but not officially. And then 4 was
Yeah.
the Mysterio movie, and then they were going to build that into the Sinister Six, and then Venom and Carnage. Like he had like a 7 or 8 movie plan for this. That was
I heard
the writing-
6 because on the original plan for 6 was that number 4 was going to be Mysterio.
Yeah.
Then number 5 would have been, or 5
Well,
would have been Mysterio, but number 4 would have been Lizard, with Dr. Connors.
That was going to be also 4. They were going to do Mysterio and Connors in 4.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Goblin and Shocker in 5, and then they were bringing in Rhino and Vulture in 6, and 6 was actually going to be called Spider-Man Sinister 6.
Yes.
And then 7 was
Yeah.
Venom, 8 was Carnage. That was like their overall plan, and they were bringing Daredevil into it. They were bringing in Black Cat into it. They were Iron Fist was even discussed at one point in time because of the the Defenders thing that Spider-Man was originally, the
Yeah.
team leader of.
I actually would love, and I'm still waiting for that Spider-Man Sinister 6 movie.
No, please
They've
don't,
hit-
because
they've-
Sony's going to make it, and it's going to be bad.
Yes, I know.
It's going to be bad.
That's why I want Marvel to take it before before Sony does it.
Well,
You
there's a good possibility for that with the new Spider-Man 4, because
Yeah.
Vulture meets up with Morbius a little bit, but there's some other stuff happening. And now that we know for a fact that Vulture is back in the MCU starting in 4, there is a really good chance we could see it shift over there. Because if you go back and watch the first interview that Feig did, that also had the lady, I forget her name right now, that runs the stuff for the Sony Spider-Verse. There's this big press conference they did. And that was where they were announced that Spider-Man was coming to the MCU, that it was going to be, Holland was going to play him, and they had these plans. And then in the same fucking press conference, Sony looks at the camera and goes, and we're building our own Spider-Verse, and that's where you'll find Venom. And the look on Feig's face, you could tell this was not even mentioned to him or even remotely discussed before that interview, because his face, it just fell and then got angry for like a split second. And then he kind of did the normal, like, hiding it thing. And the blowback from that afterwards was so bad.
And then you got Kraven the Hunter coming out,
which none of us wanted.
Did
I like
No,
Kraven. I like
no.
Kraven as a character.
I do too,
honestly.
but what did you think of the trailer?
I didn't watch it. I refuse
Oh, you
to, and I
didn't?
probably,
I
as much as I
haven't
love
seen
his
it.
character, I won't watch the movie probably.
Okay, fair enough.
He
I
basically gets his powers from like fighting with a lion,
yeah.
and then the lion's blood drips into his open wound, and that gives him his powers instead of the
Is it
whole like mojo stuff that
He's Charlie
it,
Sheen.
is it a radioactive lion he was bitten by?
just the lion.
Yep.
Okay,
It's like a Charlie
just a
Sheen
lion.
Tiger Blood moment.
Yeah.
Mm,
It's stupid.
Very.
Yeah.
boy,
They need to
boy.
stop. Sony needs to stop and just say, you know what? The only successful thing we've done that's really made us money is Into the Spider-Verse. And even Marvel likes Into the Spider-Verse. Like, and in fact, so much so that they lent some stuff from Marvel to Sony for Into the Spider-Verse. So that's a good thing. But other than that, their shit sucks.
I am
It's
hearing
just
rumors
bad.
about a Mephisto coming into the MCU finally.
Oh, they've already teased Mephisto and
Yeah.
oh my god, the series
WandaVision?
yeah, they teased it and the spin-off one that they're doing, he's supposed to be in it. And it's also
'Cause
going to be revealed that that is Quicksilver, that the X-Men Quicksilver, Evan Peters, that was Quicksilver for accidental purposes of WandaVision. You're going to find out when the rest of the crossover stuff happens that he is officially going to be our new Quicksilver from everything that I'm gathering and all the meetings and sightings.
He was in Deadpool as well, so
Yep.
that is another like.
yeah.
The thing is, Deadpool, is I like to see Deadpool as the Kender of the universe because
Full on.
like, and people who don't know what I'm talking about in the Dragonlance book, Kender are a race, they're little halflings and they have no fear and they just go around, they just love adventure and stuff, but they don't swear a lot or have regenerative abilities like Deadpool, but they're the only beings that they are forbidden from time traveling because they can actually change things in time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Deadpool can do that. So
And this matches up good too because the ending of the Fox Deadpool franchise has him time traveling.
Yeah.
yeah, he's going back around and he can just basically
I'm just glad they
choose what he wants to have happen and what he doesn't want to have happen.
Mm-hmm.
I just love that one scene in Deadpool too. That's all I gotta say. If
Where
anybody
he kills himself,
yeah,
which version?
Which part?
the
Deadpool
one
version
where
or the Green Lantern version of himself?
both, but I actually do have a soft spot for the for the Green Lantern movie. I thought it was fine. But yeah, too much CGI. I will agree that I will agree to, but
So I'm wondering. I'm
But-
listening to you guys talk and geek out on the whole comic book superheroes to movies, and I'm wondering,
I never get
am
to
I
talk
the
about
only
comic
one?
books ever, really.
Am I the only one who wants to see the big screen adaptation of The Beyonder?
That would actually be really cool. I hadn't really thought about that, but that would be fucking cool, man.
I would like to
Like
I
if-
would like to see it, just so I know who the Beyonder is, because
Oh,
I have no
Or-
knowledge. See, that's why I like Moon Knight, because I never knew who Moon Knight was until I watched that.
oh yeah.
I never really, I did heard of the Guardians, but because I have seen the Guardians and and other things, because they had like they've been in cartoons with the Avengers on the on Disney XD, and I've seen that, and it's it was pretty cool, and I didn't I haven't heard of them in some of the comics I have I've read too with the
Beyonder
Guardians.
is like the same status as like Galactus, if in my personal opinion, where he is such a major fucking villain that even the traditional Marvel villains band together with the heroes to stop the Beyonder. Because I think it was Doom and Strange. And there's another person too. There was like this weird team up, Molecule Man. I think it was Molecule Man and Doctor Strange and Doom that actually took the three of them coming together to actually end the Beyonder, and that was original Secret War. That was in Secret Wars, if I remember.
And
I could be wrong
Yeah,
about
that
this.
was the
but I think
original
it
Secret
was.
Wars. That's why when I heard that they were making a Secret Wars movie, and I'm like,
They've
yay,
already
the
name
Beyonder.
dropped.
Then I
They've
looked.
already name dropped the Beyonder as being someone that may ultimately be partially involved in this, which is why I think there's a good
Okay.
reason that they're going to shift away from Majors, and Majors is just like the smokescreen right now.
Okay. That would make sense. However, I also want them to incorporate a little bit of Secret Wars 2 when the Beyonder becomes a human and wears that disco suit, and then he's eating, and Spider-Man has to teach him basically
oh
toilet
god,
train him.
yeah,
That would be
that was
hilarious.
Nice.
so. But Doctor Doom hasn't always been a bad guy too.
It's true.
Yeah.
He
Dr.
has like
Doom.
saved the universe a couple of times,
That's
and
because he
by
doesn't
total
view himself as a
self-sacrifice.
villain. He
Yeah,
doesn't view
well, no
himself as a
villain
villain.
really views himself as a villain.
Some of them do.
Okay,
Yeah,
some of them are assholes, but a lot of villains are doing what they think is right.
Yeah.
Or
right.
Yeah.
what they can do to save. Thanos honestly thought that what
He's the
he was
best example, I
doing,
think.
yeah, it's straight up, it's fresh in people's heads too. But and Doctor Doom is making life better in places where he can. He's a super scientist. He
Huh?
Yeah.
tried to warn people off of stuff. He went in and like sacrificed himself for the world before.
Yeah.
Freaking they have if you read the comics and stuff, God, who was it that just uh we were just talking about him. Not J. Jonah Jameson, Willem Dafoe's character Osborn Hart.
Yeah.
He
Yeah.
he saved the world at the end of some of the more recent comic book stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
And
it was like, wait, what? He
I
put in the
think
final and it's like, yeah, dude,
Hmm.
I mean, it might have been all self-serving on that side because he is
right.
one who kind of does stuff, but it's still like pull the trigger or not, okay.
I
You
think that
just sealed a good place for yourself.
comic accuracy, it could be argued that Reed Richards is secretly almost the villain of the Fantastic Four universe.
Oh
He's
yeah.
an arrogant son of a bitch that did a lot of fucked up shit in the name of good.
Yeah, if
Hmm.
they have the ultimate universe ends up with the evil version of Reed Richards, the maker, and they have just finished putting out Ultimate Invasion, and they put out the new one for what's starting off with the new Ultimate Universe. And if you read that, you'll just be like, "Holy shit!"
Yeah, the part with Reed Richards, I would say I would agree with because of the fact that that whole um facility that he and Stark I think made or something like that for all these villains, was
Oh yeah,
Oh, the Supermax that for villains, basically.
yeah,
The
they had
Raft
they had something,
or something
yeah.
like that. I forget what it's called now. I
I
might be
think it was
mixing
like
my
I think it's like
companies.
52 or 62 or something like that. Or I forgot what it was, but it was really cool. But yeah, something happens, and I think it was during the Civil War where unlocked everybody. He released all the villains out or something like that, and it just became a huge mess.
I'm still upset that they did Civil War already in the MCU, like not even having X-Men or Fantastic Four yet,
Mm-hmm.
and not even having the correct Ant-Man represented. Like
Yeah.
a combination of honestly between
yeah.
Ultron and Civil War should have waited on all of that.
Yeah.
I will never be a Hank Pym supporter.
I know
I,
because
I
he's an
just
abusive piece of shit.
Yes.
The
and I've had
comics.
this argument that yes, that was a mistake that it happened, but it was still like
There was
no,
plenty of other shit in there though
it,
too.
it was supposed to be a shove, not a slap.
Yeah,
Either way, it's still
Yeah.
abuse, and the way
Mm-hmm.
he treated her prior to that,
Right.
and she's not perfect either. She
Yeah.
was.
yeah, they're both very broken, fucked up characters.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
not saying like, oh, poor Janet, because he didn't treat her very well at the time, but she also went on and did some fucked up things too.
They were like what became Harley and the Joker's relationship later. They were the first like really toxic fucking couple in the superhero world.
Yeah. James, I have a question for you about Doctor Doom.
Yes.
That comic little panel that you posted the other day with him standing in front of the blue piano with the purple guitar singing, but you say he's just a friend. I don't get it. It went over my head. What did I miss?
Okay, so that was taken from a comic book where he's obviously near a piano, and somebody superimposed the lyrics to "Just a Friend" by Biz Markie,
Okay.
the big hit from, I believe, 1991, 1990.
I remember the horrible song, yeah.
Yeah.
It's the context of the joke I think she's looking for.
Yeah,
I see.
I'm missing like why it's important that Doctor Doom is singing that.
Well, somebody just had him singing that.
For no reason.
Hilarious.
It's a meme that we're not supposed to understand. That's why I think about memes. I don't understand memes really still.
Like I'm researching Doctor Doom and I'm like, okay, the piano's blue. Is that like Mr. Fantastic being in a weird shape?
Sweetie.
Or something,
Sweetie.
like why
Dell, sweetie.
It's just a meme.
You're overthinking.
Okay, good.
No, I do this with memes too and trying to figure out until the rabbit hole that leads me down at the end is just it's somebody just did it and there's no reason.
Right.
And it drives me nuts every time.
No
so
reason.
now I just accept memes for their they rubbered
it. Yeah.
I really hope that this MCU version of Doom hints to the point where he has diplomatic immunity.
That was very important back in the day too. His diplomatic immunity was a big fucking deal.
Yeah, because
live action 2099 universe.
I don't think we need it. I would like to see some of the people from the 2099 universe, maybe in the Secret War thing that they're doing. That would be really cool. But I don't think
Spider-Man 2099 would be awesome.
Which you've seen in the Spider
on the big screen.
No,
I did.
Doom 2099 is essentially the same Doom.
Well, yeah, that's true. Doom, he is the same.
So,
but I do know that we also have other things we need to make the best thing ever. And that's Marvel Zombies, because now we've got Fantastic Four.
Oh, yes.
And we've got Bruce Campbell. And we've got Deadpool.
And the fact that they did something about that on What If.
Oh, the whole show's coming out. The cartoon, the Marvel Zombies cartoon is happening. But I want the live action version where they also cross over with Evil Dead. Because Marvel Zombies versus Evil Dead was like fucking amazing to me.
Sam Raimi will be all over that. I can see that. You know,
Sam was already working for Marvel. Bruce back.
Yep. I would love to see that. I really would.
Because that was the ultimate Fantastic Four thing. That a spinoff from the zombie dimension or whatever. That was a spinoff from that. So it starts there and then does its own spinoff.
Seeing the I never read the comics of the Marvel Zombies, but I have seen pictures. The poster, which is phenomenal. I have seen I have seen the collectible, tons of collectibles with the zombies. So one of my favorites out of that is Zombie Hulk.
Zombie Hulk was interesting,
and but the design on that, there's this. You go to a comic book. I went to this comic book store. They don't have it anymore. They don't have that figure anymore. It's about this big.
Yeah, the art on it's really cool.
And just the articulation of that figure, it just looks so unique. It just blows my mind. And
the two biggest things that came out of that, honestly, were Zombie Spider-Man and Headpool. Where Deadpool was still Deadpool, just reduced to a severed head that was still talking. Yeah. Those two things are like the biggest things that come from Marvel Zombies.
Yeah.
That was so weird too. Hungry. You're ahead.
I don't know if they did this, but and if they didn't, they should. But I want to see them be affected with symbiotes.
Oh, that's already happened.
Oh, it
That's
has.
happened
Okay.
more than once.
All
Yeah,
right. So I just need
Now,
to get out of
remind
that
me.
rock.
It's been a very long time since I've read the original Marvel Zombie comics. Was it the result of them eating the Silver Surfer or Galactus that gave
Galactus.
them? Okay,
It was Galactus. Yeah.
okay,
It happens
Right.
pretty quick in the first one, dude. It's brutal as fuck. Like watching them all like, I'm
Oh,
the
yeah.
devourer of worlds, and like we're the devourer of you, and they just fucking. It's pretty brilliant.
I'm
Oh, yeah.
actually glad that we're going to get a live action Galactus. Then that
We don't know for sure if that's definitely happening or when, because like
You mean
there's things
the
that you
smoke
got to be
cloud?
careful about in the X-Men universe. Or sorry, the Marvel universe, and that's Apocalypse and Galactus. Those are
Yeah.
two really difficult villains to really bring in and do correctly, and the amount of scope that it would take to do any of those. As Fox has already pointed out, with how badly they handled Apocalypse, because that was their biggest misstep in all the X-Men shit that they did was Apocalypse.
Yeah. Well,
So it's tough.
I do. Yeah, they messed up totally on Apocalypse, but they also ruined Galactus with the Rise of Silver Surfer.
They did. They did not treat Galactus well.
But
And-
Yeah,
the smoke cloud wasn't your best.
yeah,
But the way that Marvel did Thanos in the MCU was really well done because they did it
Yeah.
over a long period of time with little things throughout all these movies. Like, that's the only way you can build up the true big bads. Like, even Doctor Doom, you won't need to do that with. Doctor Doom can
Yeah.
just be there because he's fucking Doctor Doom. But the
Yeah.
big world enders, though, man, it takes a lot of Easter eggs and little like miniature info dumps here and there to like really build them before you can even bring them in. And then once you brought them in, you got to best a movie or two to solve it once the buildup happens, and it'd be a lot of work. I think they'll hopefully eventually do them both, but like
yeah,
it's gonna take a lot. Like they would need to do a live action X-Men series if they really wanted to do Apocalypse, because Apocalypse used a lot of the MCU to a degree, but it was really more X-Men focused than anything. So
Yeah.
they're not going to make that many X-Men movies to be able to do Apocalypse right.
Is there
Yeah.
anybody clamoring for an Onslaught kind of adaptation?
Not
If you
really.
remember that at all?
I've
I'm not
heard
sure
of
if I remember that.
Onslaught, but seeing that on the big
Onslaught
screen,
was like 1996. This is during the dark. This is during the dark ages.
Yeah.
Okay.
Of the mid 90s. 1996.
Yeah.
That's when Professor X
Oh yeah,
went kind of batty.
oh
and
yeah,
then-
that's right. Yeah,
Right. And then they
I
brought
could-
in the alternate Marvel universe the first time with Rob Liefeld and Jim
Yeah.
Lee coming
Yeah.
back and
He was
messing things up.
he was a sentient construct that had the consciousness of Professor Xavier and Magneto in one body.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do remember because I'm looking at him right now. I do remember this because this was 90s X-Men, like right in the heights. Well, towards the end of all my comic book readings, I stopped reading comics in like probably 98 or 99 is when I kind of stopped reading. So it was like kind of towards the end of me reading, and I do remember that it was neat, and I liked it, but it was such a weird out there story in the continuity of the X-Men world that I'm not sure if they'd ever build to it. It'd be cool, but I don't know if they would ever be able
It
to
was the
really
whole-
build to that.
Okay, it was the whole Heroes Reborn series where little Franklin kind of put him in a pocket universe
Yeah,
to save them all. That's around the time when Deadpool got his first ongoing.
yeah, that's true. That's true.
So,
So he broke
yeah.
out of was it X-Force that he was with?
Yes.
Oh,
I'm still waiting for a live adaptation of Fing Fang Foom.
You kind of
Oh,
got
we
it
coulda-
with Shang-Chi.
yeah, we did.
Well, they
Yeah.
they kind of did, but they never brought it up. But
I mean,
you
we
know,
we're getting another Shang-Chi movie.
yes, and I hope that we get to finally see Fing Fang Foom instead of just some picture
With or without the shorts.
I both like and dislike that they
with the
kinda dropped-
shorts.
I both like and dislike that they basically just dropped Iron Fist and invented Shang-Chi. Because
Yeah.
the Iron Fist show did not go over well at all, and there was a lot of just anger about that show. And Iron Fist is pretty important to the Defenders, to a version
Yeah.
of the Avengers, even. But they basically gave a lot of the backstory of Iron Fist to Shang-Chi in a lot of really weird, interesting ways,
Yeah.
but without the cultural appropriation. And that was the big thing that made Shang-Chi
I
more
just like that
successful.
that the Shang-Chi movie did the Mandarin justice.
Yeah, because everything you find out about the Mandarin, yeah.
And I was really glad for that. I was really
Oh,
glad. And the
good, you
guy,
can see him too. Ah,
yes,
Well, you find out that he wasn't even the actual Mandarin; that he was just an actor that they hired, like which you kind of got a little bit in Iron Man 3,
Yeah.
but like the full explanation of it was pretty wild.
yeah,
I've learned about half of these characters recently through playing Marvel Puzzle Quest. And I keep bringing this up, but it's like I had never really got into half of the things in there, and then I'm sitting here, I'm like, fucking Sentry, man, I hate this. Why does this guy keep showing up? Okay, I play Iron Fist and none of this cool stuff happens. How does the opposing Iron Fist like make everything badass? What? How are they doing this? I get so mad. I swear very respectfully at Kingpin though, because he always has his class, even when he's like
yeah.
kicking my butt. It's like,
Dude,
damn thee, sir.
getting that Kingpin into the MCU, I'm so fucking excited about
That
because
looks amazing.
I need him up
Oh,
against
yeah.
Tom Holland. I need
Yes.
oh
him.
yes.
I need him and Tom Holland to do something together.
Yeah.
I was really, until I saw the trailer, I was like, but really? I'm not sure. Like, I love Vincent D'Onofrio, but how are they? He's not that big. And then I saw how they suited him. I'm like,
Uh-huh.
okay, they did. And the thing is that Fisk is not just a big guy who stands behind his bodyguards. He
Oh
can
no.
whoop some ass because he
Well,
is
that's
solid.
because that's all
He's not a
muscle.
fat man. He is a
Yeah.
solid muscle.
Dude, he almost killed
Oh, yeah.
Spider-Man several times. Like
Yeah.
he came closer to killing Spider-Man than most villains ever could or would, like straight up. Because he was muscles, but he was also fucking a great businessman, and he was brilliant. Like he had like the money, the smarts, the muscle. He had everything in one.
Oh
And
God, I have to fight him all the time, and he's behind. There's like the hand, the magia. Is that pronounced
yeah,
correctly? Or is it
close enough. Yeah, pretty much.
magia, whatever. But you go
Foot
through and you
soldiers.
have like, yeah, but you have him, and so he'll be in there, and he can do all these things where he creates
Yeah.
he calls in favors, balancing the books. All these different things come up against you while you're doing stuff, and like,
I've been thinking about playing
it's
Puzzle Quest actually, because I've been hearing like from you and from other people that it's really cool.
it's
I
it's
love
really fun,
Marvel
but
Snap.
I tried to get into Snap and I liked it for a minute, and then I stopped playing it for a bit and tried to come back and forgot how to play it, and I just deleted it.
yeah, but he is so hard to play against, depending on which version of him you come against, because
Yeah.
some of them he's tough, and a lot of them he reorganizes the entire board,
Yeah.
or throws in all these extra things because he's in the shows he's a tough mofo, but
Yeah.
in the comics, which
And
we're
this
talking about the
goes
shows right now, but yeah, he also has like he's so intelligent as well and organized and so deep into the crime world that you can't get rid of him. People have tried to overthrow him and take over his empire before, and it's like, oh no, son.
Yeah. And
You
let me
don't
tell you,
realize
like
you're
all
playing
these
with.
examples we're talking about villains is exactly why I think, with the exception of the Batman universe, why I think the story is richer and have always been better than DC.
I will say though, nothing against Vincent D'Onofrio as Kingpin, but Michael Clark Duncan did an amazing job as Kingpin when he did the
He was
Daredevil
decent.
movie.
Yeah, he was decent.
I mean,
I didn't mind him.
he had the build for that, and
And sadly, he's dead now.
I know that's the sad thing, is that we'll never get to see him, come back to that role, because I
Green
think that
Mile was his thing for me. Like him and the Green Mile was just fucking That's the thing I loved him in most. But yeah, I mean, we'll never get him back in an age where they're doing all the bringing everybody back because the multiverse shit.
Yeah.
Somebody that we'll definitely not see, which sucks.
Yeah, it does.
Hey, Mariah, I haven't heard either of you two speak since I woke up. I just joined in. Is everybody okay?
Mariah's at work.
Oh, okay.
I think this is Marvel Zombies Jenny right now.
Jenny does not have anything to add to the conversation.
I'm sorry. What do you want to talk about, Jenny? Let's switch gears. What would you like to talk about?
Do I want to talk about? I have no idea. I've just been hanging out.
Pick a subject.
Pick a subject?
Pick a subject. Hell yeah.
Quantum physics.
Oh, please no.
String
I don't have the ability to do the math at the moment that
take
needs.
finger in the butt for 500, Alex.
I have achievement unlocked. Josh is thinking about me. I don't know why. Raz's sign off and I don't know, horror movies.
We've finally spayed and neutered one of my friends. Yay!
Yay!
That was an interesting conversation with the kids, but I know more about horror movies. I know more about other stuff than anything Marvel or
Then grab
DC
some horror.
lately.
We can switch back to horror. We talked about some horror earlier. We can pivot.
Did you guys talk about the dropping of the new Ghostbusters trailer?
Actually, we haven't yet. Did it officially drop yet? I thought that was
I
tomorrow.
haven't seen it yet.
It came out. It came out earlier today. I saw it. I'm gonna comment on it on my show tomorrow.
I thought I read it was supposed to be on Thursday, so like I guess I got my days fucked up.
Are we invited to sit in with that discussion tomorrow?
Yeah, I don't see why not.
Okay, that discussion, yes. And
so skip that.
So no Ghostbusters because we haven't all seen it yet.
Yeah.
Are we still on tomorrow night, Del?
Yeah, I need to. Today I woke up. I took my pills. I talked to my landlord real quick. Talked to my mom, and then I went back to bed. I talked to you guys real quick because I was just like, "Fuck Wednesday."
It was a case of the fuckets.
So yeah, Wednesday didn't exist. My landlord agreed to help lift all the heavy stuff that I couldn't do before.
Is he okay with it, or?
Yeah, I'm like he always.
You got a pretty cool fucking landlord, dude.
I do, man. I need to pay him like 3 months rent too, because I'm behind.
Did Josh ever get back to you?
We're not even talk about that.
Okay.
But yeah, I got excuses, but yeah. But my fridge broke down a couple of days ago, guys, and I have milk in a Trader Joe's bag. I didn't order ice today, but I have this like it's freezing cold water holding everything in there. So it should be okay. I'll get some ice in the morning.
Yeah.
That's the only thing I'm really keeping in there. But so I have to tonight though, before I go to bed, I need to like haul everything fridge out into the trash and wipe it down and stuff real quick and throw out some other stuff. And then my landlord, who is awesome, is going to help me move all the boxes and things that I cannot lift and move around very well. And then fix my fridge, hopefully, because it still is kind of working. It's just keeping things tepid instead of cold. But when I open it up, there is a temperature difference, so there's something still kicking around in there. But I have to throw away everything, pretty much, except for like unopened mayonnaise and a couple condiments and salad dressings that haven't been opened before. But yeah. But that's all I have going on tomorrow. So yeah, I will be totally on tomorrow night.
Okay,
awesome.
Cool. Because we are finally doing the Dell episode on unprinted pages.
And I will definitely be here for that.
Yay. Okay, I have plan.
All right.
And am I the only one that rewatches horror movies just for the sound in the background in this room? Well, this chat room.
No, I do that a lot.
Oh yeah.
there's certain ones I intentionally throw on into the background because I've seen them so many times that even if I'm not watching, just by hearing it, I can recreate everything that's happening like instantaneously in my brain. So I don't really need to watch it anymore.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's just
Right.
something more comforting because it's
Yeah.
like British mysteries and horror movies. That was my childhood. And then I get with Josh and Martha, and it's British mysteries and horror movies, and I'm like,
Yeah.
well, this works out perfectly. My parents are dead, but still get to have this.
Oh
So
yeah,
yeah,
and it changes depending on what kind of mood I'm in on. Which, because I've got like a list of like 4 or 5 different movies I'll rotate in and out depending on my mood for the day. But if I'm just having like a what the fuck day, which is a lot of my days, I will put John Dies at the end in the background, just because I need the horror comedy and it's so bizarro and just out there that like something will just happen. I'll get to this like a couple different parts, and it's usually when I'm having a bad day, and I just stop and laugh my ass off. And when I'm in the comedy mood, it's usually either that or Tucker and Dale that I'll kind of switch back and forth on.
that rocks.
I'm
Mine
weird
is
with background noise.
mine is Evil Dead 2, and
The
depending
original?
on
Or-
the original
Dead 2.
Evil Dead 2, yes.
There's only one Evil Dead 2.
Seen that one so many times. It's not funny. I love that movie.
Did you know there
I
was an Evil Dead 4?
Mm-mm.
Yeah. So there's actually 6 Evil Dead movies, right?
Yes.
First one is Evil Dead. Second one is Evil Dead
Mhm.
2. Third is Army of Darkness. Fourth, they decided instead of doing it as a film, they wanted to do it as a video game. And it
Okay.
was the PS2 game, Evil Dead Hail to the King, the first one, is actually considered the 4th in the franchise. It's complete continuity. 5 was what everybody thought was a remake that turned out to not be a remake whatsoever and was part of the universe. Sorry, there's 7. 6 is Evil Ash vs Evil Dead, and then 7 is technically the one they just put out this year because they all hold continuity and they all happen in the same universe.
Did not know
Nice.
about the game.
Mhm. And it picks up with the ending where he actually comes home, not the one where it's like deep into the future, like not the extra ending, but the original ending for Army of Darkness is literally where the video game picks up.
Oh wow.
Because in the game, he comes back, and at the end of Army of Darkness, it looks like it's happening again because someone gets possessed in the checkout line. Well, that happens in the video game, and it ends. He stops it, and then because of the time shift and what happened, he ends up meeting this new girl. He falls in love with her. She's like the Linda replacement, basically, because Linda's obviously dead, and they fall in love, and he starts changing his life, and he starts going to therapy. And the only way he can really get past it is his therapist convince him to return to the cabin to kind of come to terms with his own psychosis because this psychiatrist has gotten Ash to believe that none of this was actually real and it was in his head. And he wants to be a better person, so he goes back to the cabin and finds out that his psychiatrist lied to him and knew very well that it was real and was somehow involved with this cult. And
Dr.
it
Decker.
was basically it was very Dr. Decker vibe on it. Like that's why I liked it so much and got him to go back to the cabin. But it was in it took place in the 90s. This one, like
Nice.
mid to late 90s, and so like the area was built up more. There was like a Boy Scout camp nearby that when everything happened also got infected by the evil. The local rednecks got infected by the evil. So there's this like spider creature.
Nice.
Like the mama redneck was a spider creature living in the attic. Like it got really expansive. And it went to where you're time traveling again, but this time you go back to like
Nice.
Egypt to when the actual book was made. So like it was really in depth. And they
Nice.
made it to where the enemies never stop spawning. It's damn near impossible to beat. They also included cheat codes later that would actually wreck your game and make you have to start over. And they were only made as cheat codes to fuck with you and to break your saves. So they made this game almost impossible to beat. And I did not beat it until a couple years ago, finally, because I was able to get up to a certain point finally, like through emulators, and not use any cheats whatsoever. Busted my ass, and me and Michelle went through the whole fucking game. So I finally just recently got
Nice.
to see the ending of it, and it literally the way it ends. He survives it all. He
Wow.
comes back, and all the other games aren't canon, and they don't pick up on any of this. They just do a bunch of silly shit and some tie-ins, but like not canon. And it ends basically where he comes back, and of course during all this, he had to kill his girlfriend again and all the other shit. But he comes back and he realizes that he'll never escape it. And he says the only way that I'm going to live with this is to just keep it locked up and do nothing with my life. Because anytime he ever tries to do anything with his life, someone comes in and gets him to grab the book again. And he just became a slob that lived in a fucking basically an RV and drove around and took nothing jobs and intentionally made nothing of his life, which is literally where later on Ash vs. Evil Dead ended up picking up. Because Ash vs. Evil Dead is right when he came back.
No, you were explaining that the car was in the Evil Dead movie.
Yeah,
the
Evil
one
Dead
in the
remake.
2000.
Yes.
And
the car
how
came
did that
back
get
ahead of
there?
him. So the car actually came back ahead of him when he traveled through the portal, because there was a time difference. So where that one actually fits in is right before the video game. So that one would take place technically before the video game, because as he's gone, this group is like the next group that comes in, more or less. And the car comes back. They said like it's like a couple weeks before he actually comes back is when the car shows up. So by the time they get there, the car's there, which is also why you find the evidence that all this had happened before in that movie, because there's all the evidence in the basement that this had happened before and yada, yada, yada. But so technically in the weird broken ass timeline, that's where that fits in.
I wish I heard about this game when I did have the PS2, because I think that would have been really awesome.
You can get it on emulators. It's still a very popular and played game. And then there's also 3 books.
Yeah.
Which you find out about all the existence of all 3 books in the Cemetery and Army of Darkness. They mention it like loosely in Evil Dead 2, but then the book in Evil Dead 1, 2 is not the same book he ends up getting in Army of Darkness, which the newest one is also a different. No, they're all the same book. The newest one is the one that's a different book. It's the second book.
Nice.
No, I'm wrong again. That's the 3rd book. The remake was the 2nd book. Yeah. So the one that Ash has is book 1. The one that the female survivor has, and that one is 2. And the new one is book 3, and that's the more chaotic of the books. And
nice.
The goal for the franchise. Don't listen to Bruce. Anytime he tells you he's retiring, he's a fucking liar. Bruce will always come back, at least in some capacity. He is right that he's getting too old to play the hero. Yeah. And that is something that he's right about, and him and Sam have talked about. But Sam has talked him into every time and to come back and to do all this shit. And we did hear his voice as Ash in the new one, and it was meant to be Ash. The ultimate plan here is to tie officially all the worlds together. And the new project that they've been discussing and that Raimi's been talking a lot about is everyone that was in the TV show and all the movies are coming back for a couple movies. And they're all combining, and the only way to actually truly stop this is to actually bring all 3 books finally together. And it's the combination of the books that they've got to do with all these unlikely heroes to finally stop the evil once and for all. And the rumor is that, like, heroes have to sacrifice themselves, and that's how we'll officially. Bruce said that he would do it, but he's got to die. He's pulling Harrison Ford, basically. He's like, I'll do it, but I cannot physically sustain a lot in this project. Yeah. He's like, I'll voice Ash in the upcoming cartoon and a lot of other stuff they're going to do, but he can't physically do it. So the rumor is that he's going to pull Harrison Ford and he's going to die early on into the next couple. But I'm really excited to see them bring all the 3 books together, with all the different versions, because 3 had no resolution as far as the hero. 3 was fucked. The 3rd book, which is the new movie, that book is fucked. Out of all of them, it is the worst. The way they handled that whole thing is so messed up.
Enjoyed that movie.
Oh, I loved
the Evil Dead Rise was fantastic.
That ending was fucking
remind
harsh.
me, where did we hear Bruce Campbell's voice there?
Early on the telephone.
Oh, I thought it was on the radio.
No, it was the radio. Sorry.
Okay.
It was the voice that was supposed to sound like Professor Kenobi, sort of, but it was actually Bruce. Supposedly calling through a dimension or something weird like that was the weird-ass explanation they did, but yeah.
Yeah. I'll have to rewatch it. What do you know? An excuse.
But they don't call him, he's not called Ash, but it is clearly his voice, and him and Raimi both revealed that it was meant to be Ash.
I remember watching the remake, and actually
I love it too.
sticking around and waiting until the very end credit scene.
Groovy.
Groovy.
And technically he was not supposed to be in that one. A fast one got pulled on him, and this is a fun interview to read about. The director wanted him in it. Raimi wanted him in it. Like he was actually supposed to show up 3/4 of the way through the movie in the car, like just show up, appear just in the car and get out of the car, go to the trunk, put the chainsaw on, gear up, and help her. That was the plan, and he refused. He said no. Ash would not do that at this point in time, and I just don't like how you've got it written in. I don't want to do it, so they wrote it out. Well, Bruce came over to the guy's house, to the director, and I know the director's name. I just can't. My brain is fucked right now. Sat down with them. They were just having a conversation, and he was filming it. And he asked Bruce if he would stand up against the wall in the guy's home with this light up underneath him and just say groovy. And he did it.
Nice.
And they put it in the fucking movie. It was completely after the movie was entirely done and everything, and it just got thrown in the end credits.
Okay, so I looked it up to double check. He is on the record.
The record
that's being
thank you.
played when the main priest is stating that he's trying to explain to all of the other priests that are watching what he's doing and
Yeah.
what he's trying to pull together, and they start protesting, and one of the protesting priests is Bruce Campbell.
Yeah.
Nice.
So there you go.
I just think that it's really cool that,
Thank you for the correction.
that they, that
It's bothering me.
But they did say he was supposed to actually be Ash and not a priest. That's what they said in the interview that they did. I just can't remember if it was a phone call or a radio, or I just knew you heard his voice over or something.
I knew it was on the record. I just couldn't remember why.
I just think that it's really cool that when you see a movie and it continues outside of the theater to other forms of movie, whether it's a television series, a video game, or even a comic book. It's just really cool that they continue the story. Another thing, Ghostbusters. They did they pretty much did the same thing. Where there's a Ghostbusters video game that was highly successful, and where they picked it off is a couple of years after, a year or so after the second film in the timeline, and that was supposed to be the third Ghostbusters movie.
Correct me if I'm wrong on this, but if I recall correctly, they were supposed to do a live action 3, and then because of Bill and some other things that were going on, they couldn't make it. So then they were turning it into an animated film, and then the animated film also fell apart, and then they used a big chunk or a part of the script they were going to do for the animated movie and then turn it into the video game, I think.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, they did.
I might
That's what
have
they
a little
did.
bit of that wrong in terms of the game, but I know some of the stuff from the script of the animated one that didn't have some of it made it into the game.
Yeah, because they
made Ghostbusters Extreme.
Yeah, but that's actually canon towards the a continuation of the real Ghostbusters.
Okay. One thing that has always bothered me about the Ghostbusters, that I've always been upset about, it looked like they were going to finally start doing until it got ruined. It was originally pitched not as a one-off, not as something with a sequel, but the equivalent of a Marvel Cinematic Universe decades ahead of its time, where the whole purpose was they were supposed to feature different teams in different places, and it was called Ghost Corps, because Dan Aykroyd's talked about this a fuck ton.
Yeah, because the original Ghostbusters wasn't even what we know as it today. This iconic franchise, it was done with Filmation. Even way before the cartoon, it was still done by Filmation, but it was done in the 70s that was that inspired the animated series of the Filmation Ghostbusters, which was still Filmation, but it had Larry Storch as one of the Ghostbusters, and they had, Larry Storch was a Ghostbuster. And then there was this other actor, I forgot his name, and there was some guy in a gorilla outfit who was also known as Tracy. And then when the cartoon came out, they expanded on that,
So that
and
makes sense. I remember the cartoon pretty well.
Yes, and that catchy theme song, "Let's Go Ghostbusters." I actually have a soft spot for that cartoon. I actually
love
do.
that cartoon, yeah.
And Dan Aykroyd was such a fan. Was a fan of that show. He wanted to buy that out because he wanted to make a different version of the Ghostbusters.
Okay.
Because originally it was, and I could be wrong on this, but they originally wanted to do Ghostbusters like that, but they changed it up a little bit, and there was some controversy towards that.
This is where we need Drew.
Okay, see, I was just gonna bring up, I misread, we had a Ghostbusters thing a little while ago.
Yeah.
And he was having us read the 2013, and I accidentally read Eric Burnham's run in the 2011
Okay.
Ghostbusters run. And there's like a thing where they go across America, starting at issue 9, and like travel to different spots to do ghost busting. And in that series, they do come across another franchise.
Yeah.
But they're being very restricted by who they can hire, what they can do and stuff, because the different state, each of them has their
different regulations or something.
Yeah. Is like, let's, we aren't going to let this happen. We aren't going to do this. We aren't going to do that. And
right.
Like when it comes to like they visit New Orleans, and the people in New Orleans are like, get the fuck out. We want our ghosts. We love our ghosts. They're like protesting.
I've never read a single Ghostbusters comic, so everything I know is only based on the movies, the video games, which the video games continuity is very different. The cartoon, which continuity is different. But in a lot of interviews with Harold Ramis and Dan Aykroyd talking about the writing process and them talking about Ghost Corps endlessly, and then the female version comes along, and in the goddamn credits it talks about Ghost Corps, and that was supposed to spawn all these movies about different teams initially in the conversations. That's what Aykroyd wanted, that's what Ramis wanted before he passed. Like this, that's what Reitman wanted, and that was supposed to like kick that off. And then a lot of changes happened, and then it was the whole Murray's going to do it, he's not going to do it, he's going to do it, he's not going to do it, and then Harold Ramis died, and so instead of making them, their characters they should have been, the original Ghostbusters, like passing a torch or meeting another team, they just gave them really weird cameos and completely sort of fuckered it all up, but still put Ghost Corps in the end.
Yeah.
I do want to recommend, as far as comic books go, the run of Ghostbusters meet the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Nice. I would like that. I never read a single past the original Ninja Turtles, like the non-adult or the non-children ones back in the day. Those are the only Turtles comics I've ever read, and I've never read a single Ghostbusters comic. And I love Ghostbusters. Like that'd have been something I should have read and should be reading because I love them so much. But like, it just never happened.
Oh yeah, I was a friend of mine lent his trade paperback to me, and it was just mind blowing. But yeah.
I remember in my head with my friends who I thought the next Ghostbusters team was going to be back like in the early 2000s when they first started talking about a reboot. And the two people that I remember swearing they would have to cast was Chris Rock and Ben Stiller. They were like two people that I was convinced that would be perfect.
Actually, I would have loved to see, Happy Madison, the Happy Madison Company do a shot of that.
Actually, during that time is when Adam Sandler was originally trying to buy the rights to the Attack of the Killer Tomatoes franchise.
Yeah.
He was actively pursuing Attack of the Killer Tomatoes to do a reboot with the whole Happy Madison cast. and unfortunately, that all very much fell through to everyone's dismay. But
Damn.
I even remember
Yeah.
like interviews and stuff where they were talking about, and Ben Stiller was at some point in time actually attached to some weird version that they were going to do. But then the
Yeah.
rest of us kind of went nuts with it and started talking about all these castings. But the only two I remember wanting to see in it for sure was Chris Rock and him.
Yeah.
You're going to be exceptionally happy when you see the trailer tomorrow.
Yes.
You know.
I just
Yes,
wanna ride.
I agree. I saw that. I
You
saw
get
that
face
today, and I
covers
was
all
like,
about it, but you're going to be like,
yeah,
I wasn't expecting it. In the first little bit, you're like, okay, what?
I can't wait.
So,
If I'm gonna watch it, honestly, like when the show ends while we're still on a call together, I'm probably gonna watch it while we're on call just because I'm like, I swore it wasn't supposed to come out till Thursday, so like I haven't been hyped about it. Like I've been telling myself I get to see it
Well,
tomorrow. I get
it
to
is
see it tomorrow.
technically Thursday.
What is
so-
now?
Yeah, it
yeah.
is. It's
But
Well, it's
12:30.
1:30 here on the
any
East
case-
Coast.
I'm so
I'm
excited.
going
Like,
to
for
have
me though,
to
it's all about the
call it a
Paul Rudd.
night.
Alrighty.
Oh yeah.
We'll probably wrap up the show here shortly too.
So
Yeah, I
Okay.
gotta get
Good
going to bed
night. We love
myself
you,
too.
James.
We
And we
honestly
love
we
you,
should
Tom.
probably just go ahead and wrap the show real quick because it is
Okay.
like the 4.5 hour mark and we're almost accidentally breaking a record here.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm
I
sitting
was-
here closing.
Yeah. So let's say goodbye and then we can all whoever wants to stick around can hang out in the call afterwards. Is that okay
Yeah.
with everybody?
Sounds
Sure.
good.
All right, everybody. Bye. Get the fuck
Fair.
out.
Yeah.
Okay.
Bye.
See you guys later.
Okay, bye.
So.